ја работам само зумоца.
Yo, Sam.
whatever suits you.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe a
If you
minute.
feel comfortable.
Yeah, okay.
No, sorry. I intervening with your work. Please do what you think is best. That's the best.
Good morning, everyone.
Добро утро на сите. Ако сте подготвени да ја отвориме конференцијата, ви благодарам. Добро утро и добре дојдовте на 9-та конференција за медиуми од Југоисточна Европа овде во Скопје. Јас сум Едина Шечеровиќ и јас сум новинар од Сараево и во текот на конференцијата ќе шетам со цел да ги соберам сите информации потребни за последната сесија за крајот од вториот ден. Сега ќе ви го представам панелот за што ќе отвори конференцијата. Тереза Риберо од Португалија, таа е петтиот представник за слобода на медиуми на ОССЕ. Таа има диплома по политички човекови права. Таа беше секретар на Министерството за надворешни работи, додека служеше како председател на Националната комисија за човекови права. Исто така работеше како министер за надворешни од Португалија и на медитеранската позиција, исто така работејќи со институциите на Европската унија и земјите членки, како и со блиското соседство. Да ја поздравиме нашата представничка Тереза Рибеиро од Слобода на медиумите. Добро утро на сите и ви благодарам што сте денеска тука со нас. Дами и господа, ваши екселенции, навистина е големо задоволство што можам да ве поздравам на 9-та конференција за медиуми од Југоисточна Европа во соработка со мисијата на ОССЕ во Скопје и во соработка со ОССЕ теренските операции за овој регион. Најпрво да се заблагодарам на нашите експерти, државните представниците од медиумите, граѓанското општество и меѓународните организации кои што прифатија да учествуваат на овие 2 дена дискусии. Голема благодарност исто така на сите колеги од ОССЕ, мисиите на ОССЕ во Југоисточна Европа, како и на толкувачите што овозможуваат да се одржи оваа средба. Кога мандатот на представникот за слобода на медиуми, мандатот на кој што сум горд, беше воспоставан пред 25 години, земјите членки на ОССЕ препознаат дека слободата на медиуми заснована на слободата на изразување информација е клучниот столб на демократијата и суштински неопходен за слободно, безбедно и отворено општество, клучен елемент за одржувањето на сите други човекови права и темелни слободи. Без слобода на медиумите, демократијата не може да постои. Од овие причини, слободата на печатот често пати се користи како индикатор за условите во однос на демократијата. Кога новинарите се под притисок, порано или подоцна, демократијата исто така потпаѓа под притисок. И обратно, кога демократијата има проблеми и медиумите се жртва. За жал, во многу земји од регионот на ОССЕ, вклучително и тие во Југоисточна Европа, слободата се уште страда. Предизвиците и заканите по медиумите и новинарите со кои што тие се соочени стануваат се посложени и меѓусебно поврзани. Заканите се вистински и загрижуваат сами по себе, меѓутоа и влијат и на состојбата со демократијата, поради што состојбата е алармантна. Имаме различни форми на напади на медиумите, на слободата на изразување, од вербални физички напади врз новинарите, но исто така и координирано ни кампањи против новинарите, особено жените новинари, оние кои што истражуваат
and other sensitive issues of public interest. Safety of journalists has always been a top priority of my institution and is of utmost importance to the media freedom situation in the region. Last year, we have decided to follow up on the landmark 2018 OSCE Ministerial Council decision on the safety of journalists. In order to do so, I have launched a new project on the issue with the aim to take stock of what has been done so far to effectively implement the commitments stemming from this decision and to see where my office can provide concrete assistance and guidance to all OSCE participating states in improving the safety of journalists. You will have an opportunity today to engage in two sessions that are taking part within the framework of this project. One is a roundtable on legal harassment, and the other a workshop on developing a toolbox for safety of journalists. Other pressing media freedom issues that I have observed in the region and beyond during my tenure so far include mounting censorship, media capture, and legal repression. There is also an overflooding of our online information spaces with harmful disinformation and other negative effects of artificial intelligence in shaping and arbitrating online information. All of this threatens public trust in accurate, quality, public interest media. This further undermines journalists' safety, integrity, and ability to perform their important work, while harming and destabilizing our democracies. At the same time, media are grappling with existential crises of an economic nature as they search for innovative ways to sustain their operations in an increasingly volatile media market and scarcity of funds. This year's Southeast Europe Media Conference at the crossroads, safeguarding media freedom to protect democracy, serves to take meaningful stock of how to safeguard media freedom in order to protect and sustain our democratic societies in the context of the growing challenges to journalism. Those who have joined us for earlier versions of this regional Media Freedom Conference might have noticed that we have chosen a slightly different setup for this year's edition, with more sessions and side events, including in parallel and with different formats. With this new approach, we would want to engage to all you in our discussions, challenging old ideas while exploring new venues. As you can see in the agenda before you, you will have an opportunity to examine various aspects affecting media freedom today, including those related to safety of journalists, media self-regulation, artificial intelligence, and freedom of expression, media and digital literacy, hate speech, and media viability. I am confident that our two-day exchange will be a refreshing and valuable contribution to our better understanding of the importance of safeguarding media freedom. and in doing so, helping us to reflect on the pressing issues and concerns and viable solutions to them. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Teresa Ribeiro. Fatmir Saki has been working as English language and literature professor at the University in Tetovo and several primary and private schools. Isaki has participated in several conferences, seminars, and other professional and scientific gatherings of international and national character. She is author and co-author of several professional papers published in scientific journals. In 2005, she became a spokesperson of the Democratic Party of the Albanians. In 2006, she became president of the Women's Forum of the local branch of the Democratic Party of the Albanians in Tears. In 2017, she was elected councillor at the Municipal Council in Tears. In 2020, she became president of the Women's Union of the Democratic Party of the Albanians. In the same year, she was elected deputy president of the Democratic Party of the Albanians and became the Democratic Party of the Albanians candidate for MP. Please welcome Fatmir Saki, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia.
Representative Ribeiro, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to welcome you to Skopje and to the OSCE Southeast Europe Media Conference. Today, we gather to discuss the important issue of safeguarding media freedom to protect democracy, focusing on our own region. Media freedom is a prerequisite for a stable, secure, and democratic future for the people of the OSCE region. It is a key component in the context of the OSCE unique concept of comprehensive security. This is why we as chairpersonship have made media freedom one of our main priorities this year. Excellencies, media freedom is one of the central pillars of democratic societies. Journalists and other media workers play a crucial role in informing the public about their rights and freedoms. Just imagine a world without media freedom, a world where authorities are never held to account for their actions, a world where no information from independent media workers is communicated to the citizens, and a world where corruption goes unchecked. This is a bleak picture. Independent journalism and pluralistic media are crucial in order to secure people's rights to information and to make informed decisions for themselves. To safeguard public discourse and a free exchange of views, to enable law enforcement to investigate attacks on media workers, citizens need to be able to hold a mirror to their government. Not only is media freedom a timely issue, but it is also an issue fit for our organization. The representative on freedom of media plays a crucial part in ensuring media freedom in the OSCE region. Allow me to thank Representative Ribeiro and her office for this timely choice of topic and for bringing national leaders and experts together to share their views and perspectives. Excellencies, media freedom faces many significant challenges in our times. I will turn my focus primarily on three. Firstly, a trend of shrinking media freedom in the digital age, which includes artificial intelligence and other algorithms and their impact on freedom of expression. Safety of journalists online is also under pressure. An increasing number of media workers are faced with threats and harassments online with few effective safeguards to protect them. Therefore, we are very much supportive of the representative on freedom of media as a IFI project, which puts a spotlight on the impact of artificial intelligence on freedom of expression. Secondly, it is with great concern that we see female journalists being disproportionately affected when faced with an increasing amount of hate speech, intolerance, and harassment online. We can only reverse democratic backsliding and build a more secure, prosperous, equal, and sustainable future through an inclusive, a whole-of-society approach. This must include civil society, all generations, and women and men. Thirdly, legal instruments and procedures can counter the regressing of media freedom, and efficient law enforcement should investigate these crimes and initiate proceedings against perpetrators. However, legal instruments can also be used as tools to harass, intimidate, hinder, and stifle journalistic work, including by targeting their financial reserves. Excellencies, censorship at the government level is something we see on a growing scale in the OSCE region. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has illustrated the urgency of addressing state censorship, disinformation, and propaganda. The right to information is especially crucial during times of war, as propaganda has the ability to mask the real perpetrators in a conflict and place accountability in unjust place, including the victims. The moment only selected media outlets are given permission to exist, with views aligning primarily with government interests, democracy in that state is beyond decay. The balance between media freedom and security is a delicate one. The need for state secrets and protection of private life oftentimes exists to ensure collective safety for all. However, legal responses should be carefully balanced and must not be misused to suppress open democratic debate on sensitive or controversial issues of public interest. It is critical to draw up what constitutes notion of the hate speech and which interest justifies media censorship. Excellencies, we have many OSCE tools and mechanisms to secure media freedom and the safety of journalists. It is with pleasure we are seeing that a toolbox is being developed by Representative on Freedom of Media, aiming to provide an accessible set of guiding tools on how to improve the safety of journalists, combining good practice examples of national measures and recommendations for the OSCE participating states, as well as media outlets, journalists, and civil society. We, the chairpersonship, wishes in this regard to express a full support to Representative Ribeiro and her dedicated and professional staff, and encourage all participating states to make full use of all the Representative on Freedom of Media tools and expertise at hand. Excellencies, today we stand at a crossroad. The security architecture in the OSCE region is faced with threats previously unthinkable in our region of the world. Looking forward, the time has come to set up. As we face these challenges, we must come together, take concrete actions, and work towards facilitating and enabling a media environment that defends democracy, promotes human rights, and protects the rule of law. State actors must commit themselves to secure not only functional, but also thriving democracies. I thoroughly believe this can happen in spite of these turbulent times. We are not in a position to sit idle by, but must stay proactive if we are to reverse the negative trends we are seeing. To this end, I would like to hereby echo Minister Osmani's words underlying the crucial role of journalists in safeguarding democracy and repeat his call that democratic leaders should do more to protect them, improve legislation, and end impunity. In this regard, allow me to point out that we are doing our share in improving the overall democratic landscape in our country. And relative to media freedom, we recorded a 19-place progress at 2022 reports with Border World Press Freedom Index, being positioned 38th globally and best positioned in the Western Balkan region. We are looking forward to many fruitful discussions at this conference. I and fellow representatives of North Macedonia are eager to actively listen and participate in the conference over the next 2 days. I encourage you all to do the same. I thank you.
Mrs. Fatmir Saki, thank you very much. Ambassador Kilian Wall is a distinguished expert in crisis prevention and crisis management with a wealth of experience in dialogue facilitation, security sector reform and institution building with special emphasis on Southeast Europe. Before taking office as head of the OSCE mission to Skopje in November 2022, he served as deputy head of the OSCE mission in Kosovo. In 2004, he took the position of Director of Communication and Chief Spokesperson of the first ever launched European Rule of Law Mission, EUPM, in Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. His career further led him to Kosovo, where he moved in 2011 for the position of Deputy Chief of Staff of EULEX, the EU's largest mission ever in the world. In this function, he became part of the technical negotiation team of the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina and oversaw implementation of agreements on the ground. After 2 years of parental leave, Kilian Wall in 2017 returned to Kosovo on behalf of the European External Action Service as political advisor on the EU-facilitated dialogue. Kilian Wall isn't here with us, but he has a video message for us. Let's watch.
Dear representative on freedom of the media, Ribeiro, media representatives from throughout Southeast Europe, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Skopje. I'm sorry that I'm unable to welcome you in person, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to bid you welcome to the 9th annual OSCE Southeast Europe Media Conference. Thank you to all of our colleagues from the OSCE missions in the region and the Office of the Representative on Freedom of the Media who organized this event. Our cooperation is particularly important given that the issues you will be discussing over the next 2 days, supporting independent journalism, addressing challenges in the digital realm, and improving the conditions for media freedom, are challenges not only throughout the region, but across the globe. I think it is most fitting that the conference is taking place this year in Skopje during North Macedonia's OSCE chairpersonship, especially given the importance the chair places on free media and safety of journalists. As a former journalist myself, these are all issues I very much care about. The history of our work on free media illustrates that this work is never truly done. We've seen improvements in many countries in the region, followed by a decline in media freedom and vice versa. My mission, for instance, worked in this area until the late 2009, by which point the country ranked a sterling 34th out of 175 countries in Reporters Without Borders 2009 World Press Freedom Index. Unfortunately, the situation around free media in the country deteriorated in the following years, so that by the time the mission re-engaged after the 2016 elections, the country was down to 111th place in the 2017 index. Since then, fresh progress has been made, and this year, North Macedonia is ranked at 38th place, the highest in the region. This is a reminder that freedom of the media can never be taken for granted. It requires constant attention. We all have a lot to learn from each other, and so I leave you with best wishes for 2 days of fruitful discussion of the challenges to media freedom in the region and how we can address them together. It is clear that our positive influence as the OSCE is even greater when we act in cooperation and when we work together on a regional basis.
Many thanks to Mr. Killian Wall. Now I invite Ton van den Brand, Principal Advisor to the head of the OSCE mission, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Edina. I'm not Principal Advisor to the head of the mission, I'm Principal Advisor to the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. No worries. And thank you all for being here, and let me welcome you to the second plenary part of our Congress. Conference. You already heard some remarks during the plenary opening, the panel, on the importance of the topics we're discussing these days, in the next two days. But we figured it would be good to also just dive a bit deeper into these topics. And we figured it also would be good to do it in a format that many of you who work in the media know well, with an interview, a live interview on stage. And I was the designated interviewer of this part. And I'm happy to do so. And for this, please, Teresa, I would want to welcome you on stage. Perhaps you can sit in this chair. And for the other duo interview, we figured it good to invite Mr. Damien Tambini, who is Distinguished Policy Fellow at the Department of Communication and Media in the London School of Economics, where he's also Program Director, please take a seat there, where he's Program Director of the Master Studies in Communications and Media and Governance. He's not just your regular academic. Besides researching and teaching, he's also a very sought-after policy advisor, so he knows how to transform academics to, let's say, more or less real-life situations. He's very often asked to provide evidence to parliamentary committees and is a formal and informal advisor to English government and other governments around the world. And he's just published a recent book on media freedom, so that might be of interest to all of you. Thank you very much for being on stage, and let's just get started. I would want to get rid of this one because I will take this seat. Camilla, would you? Right, there we are. Okay. So both of you, thank you very much for being here. I'm going to start with you, Teresa, if that's okay with you. I think it would be good just to set the stage for the next 1.5, 2 days to ask you the most simple question, or the most obvious question. At a crossroads, protecting media freedom safeguarding media freedom to protect democracy, why did you choose this topic at this particular time in this region?
Thank you very much. One of my favorite writers, which Rainer Maria Rilke, used to say that there is nothing more difficult than to make things simple. So the simple question is, in fact, the most difficult one. Why we chose this, and why at the crossroads? What means when we say that we are at the crossroads? Maybe we want to say that we are in a critical juncture. Maybe we want to say that we are in a defining moment. Maybe we want to say that a call for action should be there. And maybe what we want to say is definitely we need to look backward, we need to look forward, and really assess if it's time to change. So this is a very challenging title for our conference, and this was precisely the idea, is to challenge all of you and to have a good discussion for helping us together to find the best ways for the challenges ahead of us.
Thank you very much. Then I'll hand over to you, Damien. Do you have some thoughts on, the topic at a crossroads? Is there anything that comes to your mind?
Well, I also agree we're definitely at a crossroads. And I think it's a good time to ask why. What is happening? And I have to say, Teresa, I'm very sympathetic with you that that you have to kind of travel the region and beyond and make this case for how they're related to each other. Media freedom, security, and democracy. And it's actually quite a difficult case. And sometimes when I go to these conferences and I try and kind of follow this debate and listen to it, sometimes it's a bit of a mantra. You know, we say these magic words and everybody repeats them, and you know, we have to really get behind how this works. Why is it that, as you put in your 25-year report, there is no security without media freedom? Because I have to admit, when I read that report, I was scratching my head. I was thinking, no security without media freedom? Really? There's plenty of security in China. They don't have media freedom. So what is it? What is that relationship between media freedom, democracy, and security? And I would sort of pose it like this, which is that it's all very well for China, which has a completely different political system, to have security with no media freedom. But it does not work in this region. It really does not work. Why? Because in a democracy, the legitimacy of the entire political system rests on people. So I forget what the slogan is for this year's presidency. You know, it's about the people. It is about the people. And the reason media freedom matters is that if you don't have media freedom, then those people are not able to make decisions in elections, to deliberate effectively between elections, and support that whole edifice of political authority. So democracy's Achilles heel, if you like, is media freedom. If you can create an environment in which people's opinions are manipulated, people don't trust where the information is coming from, they think there's some power behind the media, they think it's possible to create public opinion, then the whole edifice of democracy breaks down. And the whole legitimacy and trust in the political system breaks down. And when you have also people outside the country trying to exploit that, you really do have a problem for security. So that's how I think it all fits together.
Thank you very much, Damien, for this overview. You mentioned the 25-year report. Just for the people who are not aware, last year we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the mandate of the OSCE representative on freedom of the media. And in this, for this occasion, there was this 9 experts meetings, which culminated into a report, the report you mentioned, Damien. Thank you so much. There was a bit of a gloomy, or there were some gloomy words in what you just mentioned. Teresa, when we talk about, and when Damien says, you know, it leads to distrust and to crumbling, have you witnessed those things? Is there this urgency, you know, for this conference? Because you might have seen some trends.
Absolutely, but I would like to go back a little bit about the issue of China and the security, because I think it's really it's really a good example, I would say, and it's a very extreme one, and it's much better for us to understand when we choose extreme examples. And one of the most important assets of the OSCE as a security organization, and this is very interesting, it's a security organization, it's not a human rights organization, is precisely the comprehensive security approach, which means that we have an approach of security that is a comprehensive one, and it's the one that we think that is really the true security, the one that could be a lasting one. And that's the reason why we say, yes, there is a relation between security and democracy and human rights. Definitely it is there and is a crucial pillar to this security. At the same time, and I also would like to refer to it, you know, we have many many scholars in the last years have been very clear regarding, democracies and authoritarian states regarding conflict, for example. And that's clear that authoritarian states, in principle, they are much more likely to engage in conflict, either internal or external ones. It doesn't mean that stable and democratic societies do not engage in, but they are much more scrutinized, as you mentioned, by the people. And this is a crucial pillar of security. When the society has the capacity, in a way, to empty or to mitigate violence through dialogue, through participation, through debate, then it's less tense. And this, in the long term, is very important for democracy. But of course, in our region, and this just we have quite a lot of challenges in media freedom. We do. We have the problems of the safety of journalists, and this is a very serious problem. Not only we need to protect them, not only is the right thing to do from the ethical point of view, but it's much more than that. It's because they are crucial to really ensure that we have content of public interest, the content that allows you and me and everyone to really participate in our democratic lives. And this is key. So I would say safety is a real problem. Safety of women journalists, and especially online, is difficult also and a big challenge, as we have women facing a double burden of being women and at the same time of being journalists. So they are an easy target too, and we have to look very carefully to it. We have the problem of the legal harassment and any other tools that governments use to silence journalists. We have the problem of disinformation, of the disruption of the information ecosystem, the problem of... so we have so many problems, but I know that Don wants really to...
We agreed that I was able to cut you short at some point. Yeah. But thank you for this. I think that this really clarifies a lot. And I think the example of China, but let's leave it, but was a good one because it really did, give us some stable place to start discussing from. Damien, are there any other trends or any things that you have seen that, should make us worry and feel that we really are at a crossroad? So what have you witnessed in your long career that has happened?
Well, I think one of the earlier speakers said the work of media freedom and protecting media freedom is never done. So it's really never done, and it's kind of universal that we keep coming back to the same problems again and again and again. Centres of power in society, whether they are state or private, will try and control public opinion. They will try and control public opinion by trying to control the media. That's universal. How they do it and the circumstances in which they do it changes. The playbook changes. So I noticed, one of the things the country where I live in, the United Kingdom, has in common with North Macedonia is that we both had phone tapping crises recently, which revealed a lot about the relationship between the state and the media. You tend to have a merging of power between state and the media, and that needs constant vigilance to deal with.
Thank you, Damien. But that raises the question, and we've come across this, I think, many times. Has it grown? Is it more sophisticated? Perhaps do the digital means that we now have, that people have at their disposal, mean that they can even, have a bigger clamp or grasp on public opinion? Perhaps more often or more more grossly than before. Which
Yeah,
it feels like I'm seeing a rise
Yeah.
of all kinds of things around us.
It feels like a crisis, and I think you can understand the crisis only in systemic terms. So there was an old world in which media ethics, rights to freedom of expression, and a general public awareness of the importance of these things and restraint on the part of the executive helped to create some kind of an imperfect world in which some kind of public interest media worked. Let's not be over-optimistic. There was no golden age. You know, I think we've got to sometimes be realistic about the media, about the lack of money to do good journalism, the pressures, the compromises. Let's not have an unrealistic view about some golden age in which the media were perfect and served the public interest. It was never, ever true. I think we are, however, at a crossroads. So we're at a crossroads because of attention shifting online, the bottom line for journalism being worse than it ever is, so revenues have collapsed, advertising and subscriptions. And the old is dead, but the new has not yet been born. So we need to be a bit optimistic about the new environment. And I think it's as interesting in that respect to think about this crisis. I mean, since around 2016, just look at what the European Union has been doing. And I think in this region, there are some countries that are member states, there are some candidate countries. All countries should be interested in the European Union, also because of the Brussels effect, whereby European Union standards also become important around the world. And we've got this new paradigm in European media governance emerging, which also constitutes a new deal for journalism. It's going to affect the revenues flowing into journalism. It's going to affect new kinds of protections for journalism. We could go into that. But I think, you know, if we're at a crossroads, straight on is the status quo. Do nothing, slow decline, watch the bottom line disintegrate. Turn left, and that's just give up. Noise, chaos, conflict, and democracy will end. Turn right, lean into this, solve the problems, do the boring stuff on all of this regulation. Journalists, you hate regulation, but you know, this can work for you. There is work to be done, but one thing I think journalism and news really needs to do is educate people about the importance of protecting this model of public opinion serving the legitimacy of authority, because when it's gone, we will realize it was a very precious thing.
Thank you very much, Damien. There is somewhat gloomy, but there is a way out, let's say. Last year, then, you published this report, this 25-year report, we just mentioned it, and it also posed the question, is the media freedom concept, as it was, you know, invented many years ago, in this case 25 years ago when the mandate was established, is it still valid today? And listening to you, Damien, I think that there is this thinking of, no, yes, but it needs to,
yes,
you know,
but
adjust.
no.
Please. No, Teresa, please go ahead.
Yes, I would say yes, but no. It's not the same. We are in a different paradigm. That's very true. You said something that is very important. We really need to have a constant. We really need to raise constant awareness of the importance of media freedom. How is it changing? Not having a kind of a pinky approach of the media. It was fantastic in the past, and if we do this and this, it will be also fantastic in the future. No, this tension is a positive one. It's the normal tension between those that are governed and those that have the responsibility to govern. So this is a kind of a good tension within societies, and we need to keep this tension alive. But for that, we need to have citizens very well informed And this is important for them to react, for them to be engaged. And when I see citizens in their capacity as citizens, but also, and I'm thinking about journalists, also in their capacity as journalists. This is very important. And sometimes, and about regulation and all these issues, and we have seen, you mentioned the new approach of the European Union regarding regulation. And, you know, I was recently following, and we are following, the exercise of possible regulation at the global level within the framework of UNESCO. To create this internet for trust. And it's very interesting, but there is a tremendous pushback by journalists, by the media community. But we have to be aware that regulation is happening already, and maybe it's happening in the West way. I'm not talking about the EU approach, which I think is a very positive one, and this is a very important and very positive step. But what is happening is, and I feel a little bit that in a way, the media community is being influenced, or is being influenced also by the past, and a little bit skeptical regarding any regulation. But the problem is, if it's not something that is discussed at the global level, first, it will not be effective. Second, the governments will continue to regulate, and they will continue to do so in the way that is interesting for them, and not really looking at the public interest and not having, in many cases, the protection of the public interest in mind. So the issue of regulation is quite a sensitive one, and I think that the media community really have to look at it and be sure, what shall we do? And let's have a frank conversation, an open conversation on the challenges we have ahead of us. There are many interests, many, from the platforms, and they are the most interested, also from the governments, but we, as citizens, you as journalists, or regulators, or whatever, shall look at it in a more critical way. And let's see how can we really protect the public interests. I know that I did not answer your question, but I will answer later. Yeah. But I thought it was important
I fully agree.
To link it with what Damiani just mentioned.
Yeah, thank you very much. Damien, we discussed it a bit before, and then you said, you know, when we were talking about the crossroads and you know, moving ahead, you said, well, every step we take also has a dark side, or the other side of the medal. I'm not sure which words you used exactly, but I can remember this, which is true, of course, and I think you hinted towards this as well, Teresa. More regulation also means who's regulating it and what are the intentions behind it. Could you expand a bit on this, Damien?
Yeah.
Is there...
Well, I mentioned before that we're moving towards this new paradigm in media governance, and whether we like it or not, that's happening. Some of your reports talk about, for example, things like the regulation of hate speech, which involves regulation by the platforms themselves, but also new rules under the Digital Services Act in the EU version to back those up. Now, because the platforms are being regulated, part of what's being written into that is a set of new privileges for the media. So just as an example, there may be prioritization of certain kinds of approved media, if you like, and there may be rights under Article 17 of the European Media Freedom Act, which is not yet passed, for media to declare to the platforms that they are media, and thus they can't be blocked, filtered, or taken down without some kind of appeal. So there are all sorts of ways in which the new paradigm, and it is a danger, it is a dark side, can create a system of, if you like, approved media.
Yeah.
So a really key question is emerging, which is, what are media, or what is media? And who decides? And again, this is one of those things where there is no substitute for civil society input and civil society oversight of these kinds of things. Because if you have a system, and this is happening around the world, we know, and that this is, in a sense, the dividing line between authoritarian systems and democratic systems, if you have a system in relation to any kind of media privilege where the government decides, or even some kind of obscure private interest decides, who are the approved media, then you're in trouble. That decision has to be owned by the public. It has to be bipartisan. It has to be according to clear and approved criteria. So, you know, I've written about this a bit in my book, this question of how you deal with that key problem of deciding who are the media and who should get these privileges. But it comes up, you know, in relation also of safety of journalists in the most dramatic way. You know, if you have a system for protecting journalists, what happens if you decide that a journalist is not worthy of that protection? That's not a very pretty picture.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you. Before handing over the floor to you again, Teresa, I would want to say we have a microphone in the room, and since we're, you know, with so many people working in the media, and we are discussing, you know, these topics. If you have a question, please raise your hand, and the microphone will come to you. And if you have a question to one of the both interviewees, please go ahead and ask for it. My colleague Camilla has the microphone, and so please raise your hand, and you can ask a question as well if you want to. Teresa, please. I think the question is, who should decide? Who's the decision maker here?
This is the most difficult question, and we have been discussing, you know, I took office almost 2.5 years ago, and, you know, and this, since day one, was really my question. But who decides who is a journalist? Who decides? So this, and of course, definitely cannot be the government. It has to be civil society. It's the only way. But at the same time, to have civil society deciding upon these very delicate issues, we have to have a civil society that really is aware of the importance of the decisions that it will take. So this is the problem, and that's the reason why raising awareness on the importance of media freedom, on the link between media freedom and democracy, on the importance of having good, free, pluralistic, independent content. So all this is very important, but we need more and more to have a civil society that is really involved in this discussion. And I hope that in the end of these 2 days, we can have some inspiration for something that is, I would say, our daily dilemma, in a way.
Thank you very much. There is a question over there, I think. Please state your name and affiliation before you pose the question, please.
My name is Nico. My name is Nicholas Panagiotou. I'm an associate professor at the School of Journalism and Mass Media Communications at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece. I would like actually to state who then civil society would be. Who would be the ones, the actors of the civil society that then in turn will decide who the media are. And secondly, shouldn't we actually resort to a good professional practice in order to define who is media, who is not? In terms of the journalistic unions, in a way, have taken some very good initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think both of you should answer this question. Perhaps, Damien, you can start, and then we'll come to you, Teresa.
So that's a really good question. And when I talk about the importance of civil society in these kinds of decisions, I'm sometimes accused of being totally unrealistic. You know, do I have some kind of rose-tinted spectacles on? You know, let's be real. You know, the people, you know, I might go play football with or go to the pub with, you know, do they really care about any of this stuff? And I don't mean that everybody has to be aware or take an interest in this. Everyone's too busy, right? But I think enough people being aware of the importance of these things, enough transparency, enough oversight, enough openness of these decisions. The people in this room is a good start, frankly. But I think the actual framework of how these decisions are taken does need a bit of thought. And one area that I've been involved with is Council of Europe standards, and there is a new document from 2022 which is really useful in this respect, which are the Council of Europe standards on media governance. They are called Principles for Media Governance. And that's a useful document which says that when these kinds of decisions are being taken, which set out rules around this new paradigm of regulation, which is incredibly complex. It involves public actors, private actors, delegation of responsibility. When these rules are being set, and when those key decisions like what are the media are being set, there should be minimum standards of openness, transparency, public involvement. Otherwise, what you end up with is an opaque system where nobody knows who's pulling the strings. So it's really about procedural principles and openness rather than a particular structure or a requirement that everybody has to be involved, which I think is unrealistic.
All right, thank you very much. Teresa, would you want to add some?
Yes, I would like, you know, it's so difficult to take decisions regarding these particular issues as it is regarding other areas of democratic life. And still, they affect the entire community, and still not the entire community can really have a say on it. It's normal that it's not like that. So academia definitely plays an important role in this kind of making it much more accessible and understandable. And
the academic agrees.
Yeah, yes. That's the reason why academia is here with us, and I really think it's it's a very important partner in our discussions. We need academia. And in our group of eminent experts last year, academia was very, very present and was a very strong pillar of the group. So this is very important. And of course, the media community in general. I'm not talking only about the ones that are working directly with journalists or to journalism or with something that is related to journalists, but are interested in this topic. And this kind of enlarging the circles of discussion around media freedom, around journalism, around the importance of having good information, those that care about democracy, they understand that they need to look at a media sector that it's really healthy and that works. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, it's not, but it works with all its imperfections.
Thank you very much. We have time for one last question, and I see there's a hand over there. So please, your name and affiliation.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. These words go down very well. Teresa, my name is Joseph Trapper from the University of Salzburg. So again, an academic here talking. Now, if we talk about arriving at a crossroad, that implies that we have a past. And the past, indeed, I think can give us a lot of input on how we can define media. And I would like to refer to the public service media system, which is in place since kind of 60, 50, 40 years, depending on the country. And there we do have a best practice example of how to define the task of media. And I think if we join forces and see how public service broadcasting has been regulated over the last couple of decades, I think we do have a very straightforward recipe of how to define media also in other parts of the world, and in particular here in Southeast Europe. I think there we can have a straight line of thinking, and I thank Damien also to refer to the recommendations of the Council of Europe, which are indeed very helpful indeed as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, for this remark. I will first again go to you, Damien, because I mean the BBC, the public broadcaster in your country, is oftentimes being portrayed as being, you know, the sort of an example, but there has been some, you know, recent hiccups in this regard as well, I would say.
Hiccups. Hiccups. So polite, so diplomatic. I don't have to be diplomatic. I mean, there have been some absolute disasters. You know, this is what I say when I say, you know, this is not an environment in which somehow there are some countries which have achieved perfection and everybody else is learning to achieve that goal. Absolutely not. The history of the BBC, and we celebrated 100 years of the BBC last year, all the way through has been a battle to retain the independence of the BBC. So a couple of weeks ago, I was hauled out of a conference to do an interview with the BBC about the BBC. Why? Because finally, after a scandal, which lasted about 2 years, the chairman of the BBC had resigned because he had facilitated a loan for Boris Johnson, who, by the way, he was very good friends with. So the BBC has survived as long as it has because of its culture, not because somehow we've cracked the ability of the governance arrangements and the Royal Charter and the agreement to come up with the perfect law to protect the independence of the public broadcaster. During this period also we had a scandal of journalists who were asked to stop commenting on Twitter about government policy, which resulted in effectively a journalists' strike to protect the independence of BBC journalists. So absolutely the BBC has a good culture of battling for its independence, but it is the BBC itself, despite the governance arrangements and despite the constant attacks by the government, all different governments, over 100 years. It has to be defended, and that has to be embedded in a culture of the users of the BBC and the beneficiaries of the BBC and the viewers and the listeners who protect that independence and value it.
Thank you very much. We're nearing the end. Building a culture, perhaps there is something you could just reflect on quickly before we round off, Teresa. Building a culture of media freedom like the BBC has been doing for the last 100 years.
Yes, and what you said, it's very interesting, and this is the most important. How can we build a culture that stays despite all the changes, and this is the most difficult. Of course, it requires time, 100 years. I'm not sure if we have 100 years to reach this culture, this level of culture, but definitely we need to commit to create this culture and to understand that we do this not to protect the brand, but to protect ourselves, to protect the way we want to live in our communities. So it's not a protection of BBC as a brand, it's a protection of ourselves as individuals, as free individuals in free societies which can choose freely what they want for their lives.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Those
you.
were, I think, very good last words before we round off. Before I thank my both interviewees, there's some household remarks to be made. We're now going for a coffee break, just only 15 minutes, but I think it will be here next door. Then we move on with new sessions. Could the slide go up? One is going to be here. I think it's the one on AI, session 2. The other 2 sessions are downstairs, so you will find the rooms where to go downstairs. Before now we leave this room for coffee, I think my both interviewees deserve a warm applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, let me make one last remark. There is internet available for all of you who have also other things to do. The passcode is HILT.
About to start because we only have 1 hour, so we cannot lose any time. My colleagues will close the door in a minute. My name is Julia Haas. I work with the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, and it's my pleasure to discuss for the next hour how to safeguard freedom of expression in the age of algorithms and AI, together with 3 phenomenal speakers. So I have here to my right Noah Cian-Siracusa, who is Professor of Mathematics and Data Science at the Bentley University. To my left, we have Bardil Yashari, who is Executive Director of the Metamorphosis Foundation. And to the very left from my side, Bojana Kostic, who is a human rights and technology researcher. I think what we heard already this morning during the open and the stage discussion is kind of also the starting point for this conversation and this session we are having now. To really say the way that how information is being shaped impacts all of us, individually, but also collectively as society. It's decisive for our freedom of expression, but also for democracy and peace, ultimately. This applies, of course, offline the same as online. This means that, leading to the topic of our session today, in the online information ecosystem, our communication is shaped by online platforms. Our information is being arbitrated by online platforms who use algorithms, who use AI and machine learning technologies to decide what content is being removed, which piece of information is being prioritized, and who sees what, and at what point in time. Of course, artificial intelligence can be used to, or tools using AI can be used to detect and act upon illegal or harmful speech, but it can also be used to very effectively censor information, censor specific voices, specific speech. So it can basically control the flow of information, who sees what and who doesn't see what. We see here in the information space, in the online context, various risks for freedom of expression that we will kind of like start off with. They stem, for example, from a kind of prioritization of user engagement, of commercial reasons over diversity or accuracy or public interest. At the same time, we also see risks for freedom of expression if illegal, harmful hatred, disinformation is being spread online in a very comprehensive way. This also, of course, is a risk for freedom of expression. And then we also see on another level that national or regional legislation and regulatory approaches to regulate speech online and to regulate platforms also pose risks to freedom of expression. So we kind of have to square this circle. At the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, we already heard it this morning, we put a spotlight on AI, on the impact of AI and freedom of expression in a project which stands for SAFE, where we develop policy guidance with more than 120 independent experts for states on how to regulate or not to regulate online information spaces, online content moderation and content curation. But today, in this session, we really want to dive a little bit deeper into what safeguards are needed and who can do what and who should be doing what and not, especially with a regional perspective from Southeast Europe. So welcome again, and I will start right away with Bojana to my left. If you could kindly give us a very, very brief assessment. You researched a lot for various years how online platforms govern our speech online and how this really impacts individuals and society. Can you very briefly tell us about the main challenges, the main impact, in particular from a regional perspective in Southeast Europe? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. Thanks for having me. Always a pleasure. Let me just start by saying that I believe like 10 or 15 years ago, these kind of conferences were filled in with an air of hope, and kind of a techno-optimism that the internet and the network, as we thought is going to kind of turn out to be, will be filled in with opportunities for different media outlets, actors, journalists, but also those who haven't considered themselves back then to be journalists, and now we consider them to be a part of this group as well. So nowadays, we're not at that crossroad anymore. We passed it, and we kind of woke up to understand and to realize that the situation is different than what the initial idea or the initial breath of hope supposed to kind of show us, or create this kind of new space for us. So where we are now, maybe just in short, it is a huge question, and it would take a lot of time to kind of delve into different aspects of not only the challenges, but also the differences between the mass media era and this new platformization of journalism and media freedom era. So where we are now maybe can be described in three different, through the lens of three different disruptions or paradigmas. The first one is actually the one that Julie Cohen, American scholar, actually coined a term and a concept called media limbic system, as opposed to media information system that we used to live in a previous era. Media limbic system is actually the system that is being driven by what you were just mentioning, Julia, as a system where who gets to see what and when and for how long is actually not only determined by the platforms, but also like kind of a content in terms of the emotional or limbic component of it. So basically, the content, and we all know by now that the content that has a huge kind of a tension or is scandalous or in any way kind of can increase the clicks usually gets to be seen more. And that has an enormous implications for the journalism, for the quality of the journalism, and at the end of the day, for the trust in journalism. The second kind of a disruption is about the global and the local context. So the platforms and social media content governance systems are actually systems that are applied in a pretty much a uniform way, with the slight differences, of course, between the different regions, but pretty much globally. So the terms and conditions that govern, the contractual terms that govern the relationship between the users, individuals, and the platforms is something that is being applied across the globe, disregarding the local specificities, not only regulatory specificities, but also local context, intersectional individual differences and needs and aspirations. And that causes a lot of problems for the specific region, because first of all, we come from a completely different media regulatory tradition, from a full power censorship all the way to liberal markets and liberal market media and media industry as well. So I won't go into the details, but this opens up a number of questions that are still remain unaddressed, and hopefully with the EU upcoming regulation, we'll have a way to kind of reconsider or revisit some of the regulatory regimes in the region. And the third disruption I would like to mention is actually something that is very close to my heart, is actually the pace of the development of technology and the ways the human rights frameworks and standard setting documents are able to kind of follow up with all these developments. This is to say that a number of international organizations, including the OSCE, have been working hard on many of these different trends, addressing them in a number of different ways with more or less success. But the point is that we are still, like, though back in the days, a decade ago, it was clear that the human rights are fully, the framework of the human rights for the protection is fully applicable online, it still remains to be seen how and in which way. So yeah, there is a kind of a regulatory fog in a way that still has to be fully understood. Sorry.
Thank you very much for this overview. I mean, very relevant points. I think it was particularly important that you linked it already to the issue of trust, which is a very interesting and crucial one, in particular if what you said also with the impact is very different in different contexts around the globe. So we have challenges that are global, but also the impact might differ depending on where we are. And also the very first thing that you mentioned, that sensational and potentially problematic content is being boosted more online, reminds me of a quote by Maria Ressa, the recent Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who said, "Facts are boring, so we have to really make sure that this information that is of public interest gets out and gets prioritized." But if we now link it to the last point that you mentioned about the pace of technology and how fast the technology is being developed, and then often human rights is kind of an afterthought. So how, at the same time, we have, of course, the awareness that human rights would need to be included by design, by default. So if we look at the technological side. Noah, maybe can you explain a little bit how it works and what kind of like discriminatory aspects or biases might actually be implemented or inherent to the technology that is being implemented directly?
Sure. So I think stepping back, some important context is that there's so much money made with this technology, and it's such an investment opportunity. So it's not just the present profits that these companies are making, it's really looking towards the future. Everyone wants to find the next investment that'll bring in, tremendous returns. And that is so intimately tied to this idea of the technology developing very quickly, because it's not just about status quo of making profits, it's about growing and finding the next thing. So there's this incredible race with these technology companies and the technology they're building to really spread widely and rapidly and across the globe. So they're really looking for markets that are billions of people rather than just millions, because a lot of these companies, like you heard of Meta and Facebook and all these social media companies, they really make about Meta, for instance, makes about $40 per user per year. So, that's not a lot if you think of how much you might pay for something like Netflix or some streaming media. So it's a small amount of money, which means they really need this wide scope of audience. Same with Google, right? We all use, or almost all of us use Google for search. There's really just fractions of pennies that they make for our attention, so they need a lot of us and a lot of attention. And that really motivates them to work very hard to capture a lot of attention from a lot of people. So what that leads to is trying to automate and trying to do things as broadly and quickly as possible. And that's where the bias and the discrimination unfortunately comes in. All of the technology is based around automation and based around algorithms that are trained on data, which means they use data, they look for patterns in the past and how users are behaving on the platforms to shape our current actions and to make predictions about the future. And unfortunately, the past of most of society has a lot of terrible biases and discrimination built into it. And so these algorithms are learning from our past and our present behavior. Everyone who's been on the internet has seen how much toxic stuff there is, and it's very hard for the algorithms to sort of see the good and not the bad. They just soak up everything and reflect an image of us. But it's more than just a reflection, it really nudges us in these directions. So it often amplifies the bias rather than just reflecting it.
Thanks a lot. I mean, I think this really explained that if, as soon as you have this scaling in automation, there's kind of an inherent risk of discriminating those who are not in the margins of kind of like the data set that these technologies are being trained on. So this is already kind of an aspect and a risk that we see if technology is being used in good faith, or let's say for this capitalistic commercial reasons, let's put it that way. But at the same time, we also see that there are often risks of technology being really used in bad faith for really weaponizing the technology, weaponizing the information spaces. To, for example, also scale censorship or to silence specific voices. Is this something, Bartel, that you see as a specific risk also in the region of Southeast Europe?
Yes, and it is a risk, and as a risk, this weaponization of technology, digital technology, has always been a major concern for us, digital activists or activists in general, especially when we see technology as a threat to human rights or freedom of speech. And but when we speak about weaponization, it's not something of technology, it's not something new. There was always this tendency to weaponize technology from the very beginning of our civilization, but when it comes to digital technologies, to AI in particular, which is a new technology, the problem is that at the moment we cannot foresee all the threats that AI can impose and how it will endanger human rights and democratic values. And what I see at the moment from the examples that we have, not only from our region but also elsewhere in the world, is that AI for the moment, for actors who have those malicious goals, they will just become more efficient. If we are speaking about censorship, they will be more efficient in doing censorship. If we are speaking about surveillance, about monitoring and tracking journalists or human rights activists who have different opinion than the government, they will be more efficient in doing so. And we see those examples. Even in the region, but also in the world, we have so many examples of internet shutdowns, which is not related to artificial intelligence, but it's using technology in order to endanger freedom of speech. to not hear critical voice and dissent voice. We also have a lot of examples in the region, in Hungary or even in Serbia and of course Iran, Turkey and other countries, but also I would say even in countries with more mature and more strong democratic institutions, we see how sometimes technology is used to endanger freedom of speech and to not let journalists do their job. As I said, censorship, internet shutdowns, degradation of access, surveillance, these are all examples of using technology to endanger free speech. Of course, there are many more, and I would say it's not only technology which is weaponized, information itself is weaponized. When we are speaking about disinformation campaign, propaganda, and media manipulation, it's not the technology, it's the information itself which is weaponized, and this is also a very important problem. And we at Metamorphosis Foundation, from the very beginning, we work a lot on combating disinformation. We do a lot of fact-checking, analyzing the ecosystem of where the disinformation comes from and what are they targeting. And we see that the impact and the negative effect that weaponization of information do is tremendous, and it really poses a big problem because first, it creates fragmentation within the society, it creates conflicts, it creates fear, and what is the most important is that it disables people to make decision-making. It can be voting or it can be any decision in their lives to make decisions that are based on true and credible source of information. And of course, the end result of all this is, as it was also already mentioned, distrust towards institutions. And I would say distrust towards the whole democratic system, portraying the democratic system, the democratic institution as not fulfilling their role, as not working for the interests of the citizens. And I think this is an attack to the very core of our democratic values, and that's why weaponization of technology and weaponization of information is something that concerns us a lot, and it's something that we, as NGO, must tackle seriously, but we cannot do this alone, of course. We have to do this in cooperation with the government, with the media, with the business sector, with the academia, so that we at least diminish the harm of those malicious actors who tend to weaponize technology and use the best of technology without spreading technophobia.
Excellent. I mean, I think you really very, very well highlighted how information and media freedom is the basis of democracy, which is really the theme of this conference and links to what we heard in the beginning about trust, about access to public interest information, and as individuals and as society being able to make informed decisions. There were a lot of keywords that I would like to follow up to, like this word of multi-stakeholder, the need for multi-stakeholder responses that I think we will touch upon a little bit later. But basically, you said it's again about power and control of information spaces, especially if we don't have safeguards built into the technology, but also against the misuse of technology generally. And we heard before that technology itself is not neutral, right? It's being designed and developed and deployed in a specific context by a specific actor for specific intentions and profits and purposes. So we heard already about the bias, but Bojana, maybe you can also refer a little bit more to the fact that also within this bias there is still this kind of like regional linguistic differences that we already heard about just before, but also from a gender perspective. We know that links again not only to the biases built into the technology that can have significant impacts on women's freedom of expression, but can also be used to target female voices, something that our office has worked for many years, the impact of women journalists online, which links again to what Bardi said about disinformation, hatred, like really the misuse and weaponization of information spaces. And we heard also from Noah before this perpetuation or even amplification of bias through the use of technology. Can you maybe also speak a little bit more about this intersectional perspectives or challenges to freedom of expression?
And getting all the easy questions.
Sorry, very easy questions, of course.
So let me try to kind of answer this question again in pointing out a few things that are really relevant for the region. First of all, and following up on what Bart was mentioning about weaponization, basically what we are seeing is that in the process of content recommendation and curation, which is basically determines our news feeds on Facebook and it basically determines the indexing of the search results on Google, all of these processes are actually completely or often fully automated, which means that companies based on their policies, values, and profit-based interests actually determine which content will be prioritized or discovered based on their kind of, as I said, set of indicators, which are usually economically business-driven. That said, there is a high tendency, and again, we are talking about dark epistemic points, as they are often referred to in academia by the scholars, is that basically we don't know actually how this system works. So there is a huge, it's not even more at the point of transparency, of non-transparency, it's actually whether we are able to grasp the logic of machines as they are now being like kind of increasingly with the generative AI kind of developing. And when it comes to the region and specific gender component, then there's a high likelihood that certain content, which is very relevant for certain categories, including different communities and different groups where the women fall under the different categories due to their intersectional differences, will be less available, hard to discover, and searchable and accessible to a number of women, but also general audience. Just for like an example, there are a recent study by the Balkan Investigative Human Rights Network that looked at a number of posts and that were reported back to the platforms through their highly ineffective redress mechanisms. 50% of the harassment, violence, and threats in the local language remained online. Through this interview, through this research, they also had the opportunity to interview the representatives, or actually people working within the companies, and ask them, well, how is that possible? And actually they didn't have any straightforward answer, because first of all, regional language specificities actually means that most of the terms of services are not even available in our language. The whole redress mechanism, which is fully automated, still remains to be in English. And then again, we hit the wall, and actually the dark epistemic spot is actually why this remains online, and how we can actually get involved, which actually then takes us into these governance questions and opens up a set of questions. How do we actually work with these companies? Another thing that I wanted to mention concerns the safety of female journalists online. This topic has been opened up in this region only recently, maybe like 5 to 6 years ago, through a number, first of all, like groundbreaking and baseline research, because we actually didn't know how and in which way women journalists are targeted, and we also didn't know much about their counter strategies and how they actually strive to do their work at the end of the day. There are one big thing that kind of stood up for me on all the research we did was actually that the women journalists are here really the heroes of journalism. Like, they are not vulnerable categories as we usually try to kind of portray them. They're actually really kind of able to stand up for themselves and protect themselves, of course, with the help and support of their news media outlets, editors, journalists association, broader community, and so on. But the onus of the responsibility seems to be again placed back to women journalists instead of the perpetrators. That is to say that maybe the concepts that has been emerging, and I still need to do a kind of a good homework and kind of explore it more, gender disinformation actually seems to be something that could help us understand better the kind of a political, economic, and societal interrelations and factors that actually lead to this level of harassment of female journalists online, which is in this region at a very high scale, like really high.
Thanks a lot, also for underlining that really any response should not be on the shoulder of the women journalists themselves. This is a crucially important point. And again, many many keywords that we can still unfold in the coming half hour or so, like the opacity, the intransparency that you mentioned of the technology, or even like the black box of all these content moderation and curational processes. You also mentioned the crucial fact of reporting and redress, and against saying that this is a problem generally, but then you have an additional impact in a regional context when the linguistic expertise is not built into the mechanisms by the platforms. And of course, when we speak about this gender intersectionality perspective, it links back to the question of diversity of voices and whose content, whose voice is being heard online. And with this, I want to link back to you, Noah, because I know you researched a lot about the societal impact more broadly of this platformization or this kind of like current business models in the online information ecosystem. And tomorrow you will also, at the end of the conference, speak a little bit more about how this impacts media themselves as a sector, as an industry, as an institution, as a democratic institution, and kind of the overarching issue of pluralism, which is kind of the foundation of democracy, I would say. So also because we are moving to the second half of the hours, I already want to move a little bit more towards how can we address the challenges. Now we have identified all these different kind of like challenges we are facing. So how can, from a global perspective, how can these challenges that are on the societal level, that are affecting media pluralism, media freedom, how do you think, what safeguards, what steps would be needed from the technological side, but also maybe more broadly?
Sure, so let me start with an interesting example just to make our earlier discussion of bias and discrimination algorithms really concrete, but it also leads into the discussion of potential fixes, technological ones. So one really interesting example of bias is in what's called generative AI, which is AI that can create things. I'm sure a lot of you played around with ChatGPT, which creates text. There's a lot of programs like DALL-E 2, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney that create images. So one issue with these, both of those have a lot of bias in them, but let me just focus on the image algorithms first. If you ask one of these to produce a picture of a CEO or some high professional, almost invariably it'll produce a white male. That's not because the algorithm has some biased view or mindset or personality or interpretation of the world. It's literally just because it was trained on data, and historically our society is biased in gender and racial ways. So if you just look at the data that's available on magazines, on the internet, and books, there is a lot of bias there. We hope that society is moving more towards equality, but if you think about the dynamics there, the algorithm looks at the data that we've left behind in books over the last hundreds of years of pictures. So the algorithm is really looking at how society was, and it sees a lot of white male figures in positions of leadership. But now when users ask the algorithm to conjure these images of a CEO, it'll produce the image that's reflecting how society was. And the problem is that perpetuates, it sort of traps us in the past, where now, children that are using their computer are going to be given these visions of what society looks like that reflects how it was, not even necessarily how it is, or much less how we want it to be. So it's really moving us towards the past rather than the future, in other words, away from equality rather than towards it. So a really interesting technological fix to this is OpenAI's version of image generation, DALL-E. They actually noticed this, and they've been working very hard to try to mitigate these factors. So they came up with a very simple but intriguing technological fix, which is when a user asks for something like a CEO, rather than getting something like 95% pictures of a man, what it is, they actually secretly inject in the prompt female CEO half the time. So in other words, when you type the prompt CEO, the computer half the time will leave that prompt as is, and half the time it'll automatically overwrite what you say and put female CEO. That way it forces the computer to produce a more 50-50 gender distribution. And they also do similar things with race. So I think that's a really interesting example where there is effort possible that can counteract the bias, but it's not the default mechanism. If you just sort of sit back and let the algorithm do its thing, it will perpetuate bias. But you can override it, and you can step in and force it to change. But you can imagine the political consequence. A lot of people heard about this, and they view this as some sort of takeover of the woke left that's making things way too politically correct. So there's a lot of pushback against them doing that, and a lot of people like Elon Musk are creating alternative versions of these platforms. And for text, they want it to be free speech oriented, which doesn't actually, in my opinion, mean free speech the way we want. It means a certain biased political viewpoint on free speech. Same thing with images. There's a lot of people that don't want that artificial prompt injection. They really want the unfiltered version, which is biased. It's not even necessarily reflecting society now. Again, it's reflecting the past. So this is just to say there's a lot of complexities that even when there are technological solutions, it doesn't mean we can just freely implement them. There's other, I think, going back to the second part of your question, really, how can we address these things on a global societal scale? Unfortunately, I think we really have to think about the economic incentive. Even when companies want to do the right thing, they may have pushback from investors, from users. It's not even just a matter of morality and consciousness. There really is a bottom line, which is money. And we have to really think, how can we change the economic incentives? It's very difficult to use regulations to sort of prohibit and outlaw all of the bad stuff, right? We can cover certain bases, but at the end of the day, people will do what they can to make money, and that's just, life. So I think it's very, very tricky, but I do think we have to kind of think on the economic terms. So one thing that leads to, I would say, is that there is a shifting demographic of consumerism, that's a shifting mindset, I should say, of consumerism more broadly. When you go to the store, when you buy clothing, when you buy beauty products, when you buy all kinds of food, there's a lot more attention now to buying local products, to sustainably grown things, to fair trade rather than free trade. And I think that mindset, it may be lagging behind in technology, but there's some indication. So when Elon Musk, for instance, first took over Twitter, there was a lot of moves like firing the ethical staff that tries to counteract these negative things like bias that were really harmful and shocking and I think terrible. And there was a lot of news coverage of that. So this is a role for media. So report when people in positions of ethics within these companies are fired. I think that needs to be front and center in our news conversation. And that actually led to some concrete actions like advertiser boycotts. And that's where I'm going back to the financial bottom line. These companies make their money through either subscription, if you pay to subscribe, or through advertisers. Well, if consumers are more aware of the harm, and especially if they're aware that there are ways to improve these things, to make them less harmful, that the companies are choosing not to do, consumers, if they have options, and that's where things like the Digital Market Act hopefully will help, if consumers have options and they can say, I don't want to use that harmful, biased product by this company, I want to choose this other one. So again, think of like the grocery store. I want to choose the fair trade, organic, sustainably grown tomato. The same thing you can do with technology. If you have options, people can choose to spend their money on things that they believe are less harmful for society. And advertisers do actually pull out of advertising on platforms that become very toxic. The advertisers that go to something like Reddit or even worse, 4chan, are very different than the ones that are on something like Twitter. And Twitter did lose a lot of important advertisers when Elon Musk did a lot of moves that I think were unsettling. So we do have to think there is a very big role for regulators, but I think journalists play a key role of spreading the word of the harms that are happening. And that word has a real impact because it gets consumers to think more deliberately about their choices of where they spend their attention and their money. And it helps advertisers understand we don't want a brand to be associated with platforms and technology that are doing harm. They will pull out if there's enough public pressure and awareness. So transparency as far as regulation, I think is very key. If we understand better what's going on, we can fight it better. And public awareness through things like journalism are absolutely indispensable.
Excellent. Also, many thanks for kind of like summarizing the keywords, which I just wanted to say that really like the keywords I take from your intervention now is transparency, the question of who decides, who has the ability to decide where decisions are being made, but also literacy and this role of like informational digital literacy is being crucial, and incentives. And there, I mean, I agree that the economic essentials are crucial, but at the same time also that there needs to be some regulatory framework, and also the examples that you bring with, for example, fair trade and labels is all being pushed forward because of regulatory frameworks that enables individuals to make decisions. So I think this is a very interesting, or as you put it, intriguing idea of also kind of like positive bias potentially, or like prioritizing for public interest over-sensational content. Over-content that may lead to more user engagement, more money in the end. This shouldn't be the only incentive. Another point I want to mention that I think is interesting, because you now explained very well how it traps us in the past as a society. And this, I think, is the same discussion as we have been leading for many years now, the question of, on the individual level, like being trapped in your own data sets from the past, when we look at echo chambers, at filter bubbles, that it's very difficult to kind of like break free from the bubble that the automated systems build around you. And it's the same reflecting on the individual level as on the societal level, which is of course an additional layer of complexity. I want to now move back to you, Bartil, and you mentioned before this keyword of multi-stakeholder approaches, right? And we heard, I think now from all of you in the last half hour of all these different challenges, but again, this kind of like regional and global differences, and that there are local challenges that come on top of the global challenges that we heard from biases, from economic prioritization, and all these different issues. How do you think can this be addressed from a more regional or multi-stakeholder approach? How can, for example, how does your organization try to really work towards a more globally understood multi-stakeholder process, where also the local context can really be taken on board by global actors and global private actors that are profiting from these global markets?
Yes. It is, first of all, definitely a multi-stakeholder approach to this issue is a necessity. As we see, we have so many challenges, starting with transparency and of the algorithms, and the algorithms perpetuating and reflecting the bias from our society, and various types of other risks that were already mentioned. But for North Macedonia and for our region, what is very important in order to be meaningfully engaged in all those discussions around AI and how AI impact freedom of speech and how AI will impact our lives, it's very important to be mindful of the local context. And the local context at the moment is that we have somehow a tendency to portray technologies inherently bad and to spread technophobia, which is a paradox. At the same time, we use the internet every day, we use mobile phones, we all use social media, and the way we see it and the way we tackle it at Meta-Overseas Foundation, we see that this is the result of disinformation campaigns and also conspiracy theories around technology, around 5G, around AI, against vaccines, against any technological advancement. And this is all interconnected, and that's why it is even more important so that civil society organizations, together with the media and the government and the business sector, work together so that they engage and consult as many people as possible, so that to build public support when it comes to regulating AI. But most importantly, what we are lacking at the moment is to create a joint vision about what we want from AI for our country and for our region. At the moment, our country started to work on a strategy on artificial intelligence. We formed the government formed a working group. I'm part of that working group, but we have not made any step further. I think this should be reinitiated, and we should start to work on this. But also, although we have a lot of experts in our country and also in the region related to AI, especially on the technological aspect, I think it's very important for countries and for our region to be engaged in more global processes within the OSCE, within the OECD, and also the UN. I know that the UN is organizing this annual A for Good Summit, where countries like Macedonia should get engaged, should share their concerns, should learn, and should also bring our local perspectives, so that we could also somehow participate in shaping policies that will regulate AI in the future. For us, it's also important to look at the EU, because we want to be part of the EU one day. So the AI Act is something that we are now at Metamorphosis looking at, although Macedonia is not part of the EU, but we see this as a possibility to see how our current legal institutional regulatory framework is somehow aligned with this AI Act, which is not yet adopted, but it will be by, I think, by the end of the year, and that this whole regulation is based on a people-centric approach, that technology works for the people and not vice versa. And what we can do is be part of those international networks on EU, on UN, on global level, to learn, to exchange experience, and try to align our legal and institutional framework to those global trends.
Many thanks. So what I'm hearing is more cooperation, more coordination, more really a global multi-stakeholder approach. We have about 10 minutes left, so while I have plenty of additional questions that I'm happy to discuss with the panelists, I also want to open the floor. My colleague has a microphone in case any of you have a question, a comment, or anything they would like to also hear from the experts please raise your hands, and while you think about the question, I will make use of the opportunity of the last keyword of EU regulation and maybe also ask Bojana, because I know you also researched a lot on this, not only in the North Macedonian context now, but more the regional context. If you can maybe give us a little bit of a positive or not so positive outline, I don't know, about the implications that these EU regulatory approaches will also have for the region here in Southeast Europe.
Yeah, currently the big issue here on the regulatory level being discussed is the transposition of the Audio-Video Media Service Directive. This directive actually challenges a lot the concept and work of media regulators. Not all of them are convergent regulators, which means that some of them would actually have to kind of amend the core jurisdiction their core jurisdiction responsibility to be able to cover and monitor the work of video streaming and video sharing platforms. Another, alongside this institutional challenge, there is also a substantive material scope of AVMSD that also touches upon and tries to impose certain provisions and regulation for the illegal content, protection of minors, and other different kind of safeguards for the freedom of expression, which actually imposes certain rules for the video sharing platforms and video streaming platforms. Regulators so far had a very limited experience with working with these platforms, not only those that are local, but also the global ones. So this is where, again, the regional cooperation amongst media regulators and other state and non-state actors in this realm, together with international organizations and together with kind of a different internet governance and internet freedom forms, is really essential to understand actually how the regional media representatives, meaning regulators and other state and non-state actors, actually can impose or at least kind of cooperate in a more consistent way and systematic way, as the way as it is outlined in the AVMSD, or as it is kind of envisaged within the AVMSD. So, and the DSA, the DMA, EU Act, EU Media Freedom Act, and God knows what not, is on the way, is on the way. So, while I think it's really important to focus or at least monitor the situation when it comes to platform governance and content governance in general, I really think it's also very important to kind of step back a bit and work on the institutional fundaments and rule of law principles that will at the end of the day share media freedom and democracy, even if needed be against the AI.
No, many thanks for outlining that. I think it's crucial because we have seen too many times how regulatory approaches can also backfire if the rule of law context is not being ensured. But we have a question here from the floor, so please.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting panel. I'm Roberta Carlini from the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom at the European University Institute in Florence. My question is, I want to try to completely reverse the perspective. What do we need to have an artificial intelligence that is useful for journalism? I mean, not just to have not biased and to filter, to improve the way in which it is now. But in artificial intelligence, or more generally, you are speaking of the technological progress. What do we need? What do we lack? Do we lack economic incentives or media industry that wants to do this, or some political initiative? Because it could be another design that is useful, for example, for fact-checking, to detect fake news and so on.
Many thanks. Is there another question? Because if so, then I would like to group them together. If not, then I will... okay, yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Mirza Alic. I'm coming from the Center for Investigative Reporting from Sarajevo. I have one question, maybe it's related to the previous question. How will artificial intelligence will affect on the credibility of information during the fact-checking process in the future? Because for the investigative reporting, the fact-checking process is maybe the most important step. Or maybe could we use artificial intelligence in that process in some positive manner?
Okay, excellent, many thanks. So we have these two questions about the use of AI in journalism more generally, what is needed, but also with fact-checking specifically. I will give back the floor to all three of you and maybe also ask you, because this will be the final round, to if you have, I don't know, a call for action more generally with regard to the questions, or also kind of building on the conversation we are having, if there is like one key message that you would like the audience to go home with. And I don't know, I will maybe just start with you and then walk the stage to the left, if that's fine.
Sure. So I think with the first question, we have to be really careful, because I think the first main applications we'll see will be a lot of automation of the journalism process. And that's a little bit scary, because the artificial intelligence programs like ChatGPT can produce text that looks like articles, but it's not researched, it's not fact-checked, it's not verified, it's not investigative. So I think there's many superficial ways in which these tools will look like they're being journalists, but they're not. And I think there's great concern that as there's economic pressures on media outlets, they will push more and more towards automation of things that I think we need to fight back against and not accept the automation. Now to turn to a more positive and to try to answer both the questions, with fact-checking specifically, I think unfortunately the type of artificial intelligence that has been prominent and developed most thus far is actually very unreliable, and I don't see a near future in which fact-checking is a consequence of it to the extent that we can trust it. That's because facts and understanding the world it's so unbelievably complex, involves so much understanding, culture, context, nuance, that this idea of sort of building a statistical model that can kind of simulate conversation, it's just so different than a real depth of understanding of the world. So AIs right now cannot sort of figure out what is true and what is not true. They just sort of guess what looks plausible and what doesn't look plausible. So that's the negative side, which is be very cautious if someone tries to sell you a product of AI fact-checking. What it has done and will continue to do that is very useful is expedite human-led fact-checking. For instance, social media uses this. A lot of times what people end up needing to fact-check are either the same or variations of the same claim that are sort of proliferating across the conversation, across social media. And rather than having a human fact-checker have to read each instance where the wording is slightly different, the language might be different, if it's a meme, the image might be slightly different, rather than having to check each of those by hand, what artificial intelligence is very good at is clustering, is grouping these to say these 1,000 different things are all variants of this one overarching claim, so let's group those together and hand that to a human fact-checker that'll write a detailed report and check it. These other 1,000 are a different claim, so it expedites in that sense. There's also been progress in identifying factual claims, so to read a piece of text and identify when an assertion is made, something that might require fact-checking. So thinking of it as a tool that makes the human fact-checker's job faster, more scalable, and maybe easier, I think is a very healthy, productive way of thinking of artificial intelligence, it already has been used for this and it will continue. But when we start to think of it as really replacing the human, especially when it comes to things like truth and falsity, I think some people are selling it, and I would say do not buy it. We're not there, and I don't know if we'll ever be there.
Many thanks. So what I'm hearing from you is we should neither have tech phobia, as you phrased it before, but also not tech solutionism and trying to kind of like outsource our societal challenges to technology, but it can be a supporting tool. But it also means that independent fact-checking and media will remain to be crucially important or be as important as ever. So Bardil, do you want to add something to that, or also generally as a call for action?
No, I totally agree. What I would say is that I see AI can help journalism, of course. It can, I don't know, it can help journalists find more sources of information more easily. It can help them generate articles that are more engaging. But I would, the creative part remains to the journalists. It cannot be replaced by AI. Of course, it can also help the journalistic content to be spread more, to engage more with the audience. But at the same time, this is also there is the bad part that also AI can also be used to spread fake news. You know, to generate and spread fake news very easily. In the past, we have people who were bots and using social media to spread those news. Now it can be easily done by AI bots. So, another thing that I would like to say is that AI, when it comes to fact-checking, we cannot foresee. We are a fact-checking organization. I'm not working directly with fact-checking, but my organization are doing fact-checking every day. We fact-check more than 100 articles in the media in our region per month. And we are trying to find how AI can help us, and as it was said before, it's very difficult. At the end, it's the fact-checker with their methodology that they are using that will make the final decision about an article, and we cannot leave this decision to an algorithm at the moment. I don't know how it will develop for the future, so this is something we cannot foresee at the moment. And related to this, my general call is that we have to be prepared to see how we can prepare the regulatory framework for usage and development, usage and deployment of AI, to see what are the laws that we need to change, something that we know at this moment, to see how AI could affect freedom of speech and other fields of our lives in the future, and try to prepare our societies for that. And at the end, again, I will repeat that we have to work together in order to do so, and have technology work for us and not vice versa, and take the best from AI and not just push it away as very dangerous, because, I don't know, for example, an algorithm used in cars, maybe it caused an accident, and now we should totally say no to AI. So there are a lot of positive sides of AI in medicine, in automotive industry, in journalism as well, that can be used.
So it's complex.
It is.
Bojana, do you want to add something as well?
Yeah, I would just kind of derail from your question and maybe look at a bit on the relationship between the platforms and media. And when you look at and then why I'm saying this, because actually there is a huge AI infrastructure behind that actually circulates, distributes media content that is being placed by the media outlets on social media platforms. And in this way, implicitly, it also kind of directs or dictates the editorial policies and decisions within the media outlets. And why I wanted to kind of go to that spot for a moment is actually in the region, you can see a lot of international donors pushing media outlets to kind of work more with and on social media, meaning like knowing your audience, engaging with the audience in a particular way, shortening the text, increasing the headlines, playing with the layout of their websites or their profiles online, on and on. All of these things are fully automated once they're online. And what this actually led media outlets is actually to start considering AIs within the media outlets, or AIs, or different kind of automated systems that will actually kind of mimic or even replicate the platform logic within the media outlets. And this is what the international donors have been kind of trying to push for in the recent decades. I'm not a technophobic, but I'm definitely not a techno-optimist. I really don't think that this region is ready due to the media capture that we have been living in, ready for this kind of a new shift. Unless we kind of determine the risks, unless we kind of make kind of a new digital deal on what we actually want from these AIs in the newsrooms. It needs to be decided by the professionals, media actors, and that will maybe answer your question actually, what do we need to have, what kind of preconditions need to be met in order to introduce a full-scale AI and automation within the newsrooms. I'm afraid that just kind of adding a new additional technological layer of complexities is not going to help us figure out how we're going to manage media freedom in this region. And I'm unfortunately almost certain that this doesn't only reflect the situation in the region, but it's kind of a more global question and dilemma.
Many thanks. So I do not want to try to summarize this very rich discussion, but I want to add one point of what you said before, because this kind of relation between the media and platforms, I think, is something that we need to increasingly look at also on the global level, and that's something that actually was addressed also by the joint declaration that the RFM, together with the other free speech mandate holders, published just 2 weeks ago on World Press Freedom Day, where there is also kind of like, it's also printed out outside if you want to have a copy. It also addresses this question of like, how can we make sure that individuals and therefore we collectively as society can access information that is of public interest, that is independent, that is fact-checked, that is the basis for how we can make our decisions and how really democracy works in the end. So just a few key words that at least I'm personally taking from this hour is really the complexity of all these issues, which requires us to have more research, to have more discussions like the ones we're having today, to increase literacy, but to really work for a global multi-stakeholder approach that takes into account all these local differences, this local context and challenges. I also really like this notion of a joint vision that we need to work on in a kind of like whole of society approach, that we can work towards an information ecosystem that is conducive to human rights and public interest. So with that, I want to just make use of me having the word to also promote something that will take place in the afternoon after lunch. So if you're intrigued by the discussion we are having now and want to learn more also about this concepts of transparency, human rights impact assessment, public oversight, accountability, then I would invite you to join the AI masterclass, the SAFE masterclass that will take place on the ground, on the one floor down in the Platinum Room after lunch. It's a 3-hour training session where we will unfold a little bit more all these concepts, these discussions, but also work interactively with case examples in group work to kind of try to come up jointly with a kind of roadmap of what needs to be done to safeguard the online information space. And this will be followed by a movie screening of Made to Measure, which is also along the lines of what we have been discussing now. And with that, I just want to also thank, of course, the phenomenal speakers for the great conversation we had now, and invite you for lunch that is actually being served just outside here on the ground floor. It will be the break for, I think, 1 hour, and then at 1:45 we will go back into the afternoon sessions or the AI masterclass. Thank you very much, and thanks for the debate.
Good afternoon, everybody. I do hope that you already had a pleasant lunchtime. So it is a pleasure to start this panel officially. My name is Dragan Sekulovski, and I'm the Executive Director of the Association of Journalists of Macedonia. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this panel, which is being meant to the safety of journalist topics and trends and mechanisms how to prevent violence against journalists. So it is my pleasure also to introduce you with my guests. We have this time 4 participants which are physically present with us, and 1 participant that would be joining us later a bit online. So on my left, I have the Ms. Iskra Hadji-Vasileva, which is a public prosecutor's office in Skopje. And then on my right side, you would see Mr. Darko Martinčević, which is a cantonal prosecutor coming from the cantonal prosecutor's office in Sarajevo. And on his right side, on her right side, left side, you would see Mr. Stefan Ristic, who is a general manager and also a manager at Vreme newspaper, a popular media which is well known in the Western Balkans. And then on my right side, you would see Mr. Mladen Milutinović, executive director and editor-in-chief of Dan newspaper. Later in the panel, we would be also having a distinguished guest, which is Ms. Nabilah Shebir, which would join us over Zoom. So, as an introduction, when we speak about safety of journalists, I want to mention why this topic is being very much important. You all know quite good that harming the violence, harming the integrity of journalists and media workers is basically not only hurting the physical sense of an individual, but also it's potentially harming the Article 10, which is the freedom of expression and the right of people to be informed. That is why Association of Journalists, unions, Public Prosecutor's Office, judges, international organizations are trying to dedicate a lot of time to discuss about this kind of topics and also to monitor the situation with safety of journalists in the whole region. Regarding the trends, well, I can't really say much positive things when we speak about trends in the topics of safety of journalists, but roughly based on the knowledge that I have, speaking also as a regional director of the project Safe Journalists Net, I can say that based on the research that we have in 8 countries, being based on a methodology that we have been working in the last 7 years, there is an increased trend in most of the countries in the Western Balkan territory. The trends mainly goes in physical assaults, also online harassment, also damaging personal property. But lately, something which is happening specifically is attacking and harassing female journalists. Another trend that we are noting in the last several years is the strategic laws against public participation. Numbers of law cases, not only criminal but also civil, are being increased. And this is a negative trend happening in most of the countries as we speak in Southeastern Europe. Also, not in all countries, but in some, I would mention Albania, I would mention maybe Montenegro, also potentially Serbia, we had attempts about restrictive legislation that may disrupt the freedom of expression and also not completely keep the journalists and the media workers safe. So this panel is also about prevention. It's not about speaking only about the negative trends. When we speak about prevention, I gotta say that local organizations, such as the Association of Journalists, they're trying to maintain register of attacks of journalists, something which is not really carried away from the courts and the prosecutors' offices in this region. Also, international organizations, such as OSCE, such as Council of Europe, they're trying to have transparent process of also keeping a record of the attacks of journalists happening in the whole region and all the member states. And lastly, international media organizations such as Committee for Protection of Journalists, Reporters Without Borders, Freedom House, they all try or attempt on an annual level to keep awareness and statistics when it comes safety of journalists and incidents. It is my pleasure also to say that within this panel we will be having a brief demonstration and presentation of the OSCE guidelines tools for monitoring online violence against female journalists, something which is being issued and published by OSCE mission. Well, that was the part of the introduction. I must say, being a moderator, I'm keen on following the rules. So we have 5 speakers. I would invite the first speaker to have her statement in not more than 7 minutes, and later the audience which is here present, I would be very happy to engage it in a discussion of like 20 minutes. First speaker, we have Ms. Iskra Hadjivasilova. I'm happy to say that I had a chance to meet Iskra, Ms. Hadjivasilova, sorry for saying that, last year when we had our discussions with the management of the Public Prosecutor's Office in Skopje, because in the last several years, the Association of Journalists was struggling to follow the recommendations of Council of Europe regarding safety of journalists and media actors when it comes to specialized units and specialized contact points within the enforcement agencies of the Prosecutor's Office. Ms. Hadjivasilova was appointed last year by the Chief Prosecutor Office in Skopje to be a contact point for journalists and media workers in cases where their rights are being infringed or hurt. Luckily, she didn't have a lot to do because we didn't had many incidents in the last months, but I also see her role as a preventive mechanism, meaning that she would also, and the Prosecutor's Office as an institution, would serve to warn people that if they are harming the rights of journalists, they must be responsible for that. Also, in the context of North Macedonia, we had a new law, the criminal code, that actually gives more protection to media workers. So in this slide, I would kindly invite Ms. Hadjivasilova to briefly perhaps tell us a bit more, what is the expectation of your office? Like, how do you treat these incidents in which journalists are being, let's say, harassed or potentially their rights are being infringed? And also, I would like to be a bit more frank about this criminal code that was adopted 2 months ago. So with this code, certain systematic, I would say, guarantees are being now serving the journalists. What does it mean in practice?
Thank you, Dragan. First speaker after lunch, must be lucky. Thank you. You already mentioned my mandate, so to say, as a prosecutor responsible for coordinating the investigation, the files where journalists are seen as victims of threats or hate speech or even physical attacks. We've seen that. For any concrete results, as you ask, whether if it comes to the law or my mandate, it's maybe too early to say, but I sincerely think that the preventive role of my appointment as a prosecutor will see effects in that part. I'll speak a bit about my role as prosecutor for coordinating these cases, as I understand it, because it's not founded in any law or formal legal act. It's actually a result of the sincere dedication of the prosecution office to increase the standards, increase the level of protection when it comes to safety of journalists and media workers. Because it was recognized in the past years that the applications that journalists made feeling threatened or physically attacked, we see that in the past years, were increased, especially threats on their lives, on their safety, hate speech, online particularly more increased trends we can see in that form, in that typology of the crime, which is not specific only for journalists, to be frank, but it's a trend that it's increased generally. The difference is that when it comes to journalists, because of the risks of their profession, the risks that they're faced with, the seriousness of the threats, the flagrant forms of the crimes must be seen more seriously from the institution by us also. So that's the whole point of this mechanism of my appointment. And I hope that we will see the effects in that to have more effective institutional response because we're not only protecting the physical integrity of the journals, which is, of course, imperative, but we're also protecting the, as you said, freedom of expression and freedom of speech as a fundament of our society. So to summarize, I see my role in two aspects, so to say, on two levels. One is the actual task to be a sort of a bridge between the involved parties, between the competent prosecutor who is actually leading the file, the case, the victim, the journal as a victim or media worker, and of course the police as the first contact point where applications are usually filed as a first point. The other aspect, as I see it, is through a process of continuous cooperation for us to become more sensitive about the needs, the specific needs of the journalist profession on one side, sometimes to explain all the maybe challenges that we have as prosecutor, especially when it comes to crimes committed through computer systems and online, because sometimes you really have objective obstacles. And that way to build mutual trust in the process.
Just briefly, because we had a high degree of impunity when it comes to cases of journalists, especially back in the years. Now, the excuse, let's say, at that time was that the law is not giving sufficient protection of journalists and media workers, and basically that the hands are being tied to the police and to the prosecutors when it comes to threats to journalists. The criminal code now is amended, and this is in a way now an obligation to the Ministry of Interior and the prosecutor's office. Do you expect that the amendments of the criminal code would decrease the level of impunity?
Our hands are not tied. I mean, I don't share that opinion, even though, yes, maybe, yes, in the past was. Now, even more with the amendments of the criminal law, which actually, in essence, in some of the existing crimes, journalists and media workers were recognized and amended as a profession that has more protection in the way that the punishments were increased when it comes to a crime made towards a journalist or a media worker. So I really expect that it will give us better results in the fight or in the prevention of attacks and of journalists, and in that way I expect good results, but more importantly I hope that it really will be a preventive mechanism for future offenders if we show effective prosecution, effective answer as institution towards the attack, and of course fast, because it really is the important thing to give a fast response to some of the crimes. I expect that future offenders will not commit so often these crimes.
Yes, of course, I do agree that prompt and fast reaction is one of the key issues to prevent other crimes in future. Well, thank you about your great answer, and I'm going to get back a bit later to you, and I'm going to go to your colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Darko Martinčević, you are having a common thing with our colleague, Mrs. Hadži Vasileva. You are also a contact point to journalists, but in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also you have some international, I would say, practice, having in mind that you've been liaison officer at the prosecutor at International Residual Mechanism for Crime Tribunals in The Hague, in Netherlands. So my question to you is, since you were appointed in March 2022, so you had more than 1 year to be having this role to protect the journalists, let's say, as a primary role. What is your practice so far? Are you satisfied from the mechanism that you set up in Bosnia and Herzegovina when it comes to protection of journalists?
Well,
I think for the last 1 year, as I was
a liaison officer, we made a progress, and we have established a direct communication with the journalists associations and other media outlet associations, and we stimulated the conversation, we have encouraged it at least, and we have stopped the tradition of a closed system. We decided to open up, and I believe that this cooperation with the journalists can be very fruitful in the future. So far, it would all boil down to having meetings and creating modalities of cooperation between the cantonal prosecutions and other journalists associations. We haven't made any significant progress yet. However, what's important to say that we haven't got any physical threats or harassments against journalists so that someone's health or life is being threatened. However, we have cases, significant number of cases where journalists were victims of some harassment on the internet or threat or even stalking.
But how about threats on lives on internet platforms like Facebook and Twitter? And how do you succeed to combat with that? Because this is an issue, something which is being quite specific in the whole region. Like journalists, especially female journalists, are being exposed to online harassment and also to threats on their lives only because they work as journalists. So in this kind of cases, what is your level of cooperation with the courts and with the mediators, saying Facebook, Twitter, and other platforms?
Upravo se, znači to krivično djelo je najčešće... Upravo se, dakle, najčešći oblik uznemiravanja novinara...
Well, one of the most typical threats is online threatening of journalists via Facebook, Twitter, and so on and so forth. What represents a problem is the cooperation with Facebook, since Facebook has, and including other platforms as well, and other internet providers have their policies, and they do not want to cooperate with the law enforcement. In this case, they do not want to cooperate with the prosecution. Whenever we send them a request, we receive a negative feedback by them. And then we have to go through an AMLAT procedure, and this is a rather cumbersome procedure. And that is why it actually slows down our investigation and case adjudication, including journalists and threats against journalists. And we receive negative feedbacks by Facebook, and some platforms don't want to, and they deny providing information. We have some other mechanisms as well. However, we cannot gather the necessary facts and information and evidence within the deadlines. If someone threatens a person or a journalist or tries to assault a journalist, we do not receive feedback information, and that's one of the biggest obstacles. We also have issues and challenges with the legislation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have the criminal law in Bosnia and Herzegovina that does not define journalists as a special category of victims, and that is why well, the law has set forward certain conditions. We have poor stipulation of certain definitions in the law, and this creates an open space and a room for additional threats against journalists.
Candidate country is it's a bit in a difficult position to order or possibly to have correct relations from internet providers and large giant IT companies that are offering services for social media platforms. But all in all, you said also the law is a bit not in line with the needs. Basically, the journalists are not being recognized as potential victims when they are being threatened. Because, as we said in North Macedonia, we have now, let's say, positive practice with the legal amendments, but we'll see how this would be treated in future. So do you say that Bosnia needs, let's say, amendments in the criminal code similar to the Macedonian case?
Svakako bi to bilo
That would be very significant if we were to amend the law, since prosecution can only use the law and the legislation and the tools that we have available in the legislation. If we don't have the tools in our legislation, we cannot do much to provide additional protection and security of journalists. And when we have cases of pressuring, of pressure upon journalists and we cannot do much. Therefore, certain amendments to the legislation with additional safeguarding of the security of journalists would be very much beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm done with the prosecutors. Now I feel a bit calmer. Thank you. Just a small joke. So I'm getting back to my colleagues. Next on the list we have Mr. Stevan Ristic. Zdravo, Stevane. Mr. Ristic is the general manager of one of the most prominent media in Serbia, Vreme. So you've been also quite active in organizations, being a president of the managing board of Media Association, but also member of the board of the Press Council, and very interesting, member of the permanent working group for the safety of journalists, being funded in 2017. For the ones which are not being aware, this permanent work group for safety of journalists was part, correct me if I'm wrong, of previous contract between the Ministry of Interior, the Prosecutor's Office, and civil society organizations that are dealing with these kind of issues. And you've been working as a working group for safety of journalists in the last 6 years. So this was a political, let's say, motivated group being, in a way, planned within the frames of Chapter 23 of the Fundamental Rights of the Accession Assistance with the EU. Stevane, in terms of theory, action plans within this working group for safety of journalists and practice, what is your comment? Are you satisfied from this group being a member in it?
Thank you. As a permanent member of the working group, I became as president of the Journalist Association, but there is an agreement where the partners were coming from the MOI in Serbia. The prosecution office and the media associations and journalist association, and there is an arrangement that they were coming from higher positions, so they would be able to work on the very spot. We came a long way. I believe it was on the 26th December 2016 when we had our first meeting of the working group, and the first impression was we really knew didn't know best what was our term of office, what we were supposed to do, but we recognized this as a very important thing. The signing and forming the pertinent working group, it was not only for the sake of having it, but also for the safety and security of the journalists, because it was a realistic phenomena that was in the focus when it comes to putting them on the spot in the public. Our meetings were even longer than 3 hours. We have frequent meetings, at least once a month. We are very persistent for each and every specific case to have an insight of it. Where are we with investigation and so on and so forth. We do have a good feedback when it comes to persons that are with us in the group coming from the MOI, that is Ministry of Interior, from the prosecution office. However, all the points from that agreement have been fulfilled up to now. All the points from the action plan was realized as well. We have been working on the new ongoing action plan. When you ask my colleagues whether they are satisfied with what has been done in building trust about the term of office of that body. We have objective results when it comes to the contact points. Not all journalists are aware of it, but when they are faced with a threat, they knew what contact points to turn to. And urgency is guaranteed in each and every respective investigation or case. And when we ask them whether they are satisfied or not, the feedback is that the journalists are still feel very endangered. When we have a case of the Peđa Blagojević, for example, which is still unresolved. We have unresolved murders in Serbia. The murder of Milan Pantić, unresolved bomb attack with the IED placement last year. And currently there is a tension crisis, which is not only current, it has been ongoing for a longer period of time. It's like a ticking bomb because this is not only in Serbia, but globally as well, the media who are criticizing, asking the questions, posing the questions, and the journalists from the top of the management or the political establishment, they are being criticized as being mercenaries and so on and so forth. We have recognized the mechanisms, and you are not to be an expert to recognize that these attacks from the highest management so as to activate threats, attacks, defamations, or abusive language. When we go onto social media, read on Twitter, and see the new influxes of threats or insults towards the journalists. But we have been persistent in what we are doing. We are not giving up. And when it comes to every journalist association with a representative from each and every working group and from all the associations, we have been dedicated and putting efforts in tackling this issue. So this year we have had several cases where that is not only our internal assessment, there were no pertinent representatives who were directly included in cases of threats, but we had a flagrant case where a local so-called mafia boss posed a negative reaction. So this case wouldn't have been resolved without the diligent work of our working group. Now that person is imprisoned. So we are satisfied to an extent, compared to all things, we are dissatisfied that we see in the everyday work when it comes to bringing bigger level of safety for journalists.
Because Belgrade in the few past days is on the global media regarding large gatherings of citizens on the streets and in the public space. Is your perception that journalists are safe these days at these events? Just like in 10 seconds, please.
This kind of events and traumatic tragedies in every community somehow show the most painful side, even having in mind the entire overall perception of the media and how it was reported about this tragedy and how the massacre that happened was treated in overall.
We also have your colleague coming from Montenegro, Mr. Mladen Milutinovic. Mr. Milutinovic is well-known journalist, editor, also manager of well-popular media in this country. At the moment, 2 radio stations, Radio D and Radio D+, and also U Media Mont. So I also had some questions regarding your, let's say, practice. So within your Dawn newspaper, how does it support journalists that encounter threats or violence? And did you have cases in which your colleagues from your media were attacked or harassed in the last year?
Good afternoon to all. Our newspaper, Dawn, has been present on the media scene in Montenegro that is not very different to the surrounding environments in the region. Dealing with your work, it's not something easy to do. It's very challenging, and you need a lot of courage, professionalism, responsibility. It is a fact that our journalists have been tackling with the various challenges on everyday basis, and they're exposed to different threats throughout the course of their work. And we have a lot to say upon this topic, but primarily what's into focus of our work and our attitudes towards the journalists, we have been encouraging, empowering them to become even better professionals and better people. So for everything that the editing room, the news agent room signed, that we stick to that from our side and from their side as well. what we are going to talk about for sure, and what is most important, is the lack of regulations, normatives, not only about the behavior, ethical code of the journalists, but all parties in the system, all relevant parties, judiciary, prosecution, and so on and so forth. This is the foundation for the journalists without any limitations to do their job properly. And they are to be held accountable for what they do, but we are also there to stand by them and to follow their accountability.
Thank you for that part. We have a slight change within the program, because I must excuse my colleague Julie Pozzetti, that is subjectively being absent, but luckily the organizer was very much resourceful and manageable to also engage via Zoom online, so I hope that we can see her now. It's Miss Nabila Shabir. I hope that I said this right. So Nabila Shabir is a British Pakistani journalist and a senior research associate at the International Center for Journalists, ICFJ. And I am pleased to say that she is also co-editor of the November edition 2022 of ICFJ and UNESCO report named The Chilling, a Global Study of Online Violence Against Women Journalists. Very much a popular topic, and also Ms. Shabir has experience within The Guardian, also Financial Times, and The Correspondent. And interesting fact, she has been living in Cologne, Brussels, Paris, London, Oxford, and Amsterdam. So a very interesting profile of a speaker, I guess, I have to say. So Ms. Shabir, I hope that you can hear me well. And can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Just a second, maybe a bit louder, please.
Okay, I'll try to be louder.
Yes. Yeah, so welcome to the room, at least virtually. You have dozens of people staring at the TV behind me and willing to hear your thoughts. I actually have a question for you, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. So I've mentioned that you're a co-editor of a global study of online violence against female journalists. So my question to you is, what are the key findings of your recent research on safety of journalists, particularly in the context of Southeast Europe?
I will answer that. I have 7 minutes to do so, right?
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Most importantly, can you see my slideshow on the screen behind you?
Yes, we can.
Okay, brilliant. So I'll let me know if there's any issues. And thank you so much for having me. I'm talking to you from Amsterdam today, and I'll just pick right in. So we do know that gender-based online violence aids and abets impunity for crimes against journalists, and outside of conflict zones, you know, this is one of the greatest threats we've faced. And we define gender-based violence. I think it's good to start with a definition. So it's generally sexist and misogynistic. It frequently involves threats of physical and or sexual violence, sexualized abuse and harassment, digital privacy and security breaches that can expose identifying information, and networked harassment. And so, of course, all of this can be bound up with gender disinformation, the aim being to undercut public trust in critical journalism and facts in general. And there's increasing evidence of a correlation and even a causal relationship between online threats against women journalists and offline attacks. And at ICFJ, we were commissioned to do some research by UNESCO a couple of years ago, where nearly 3/4 of international women survey respondents said that they had experienced online violence in the course of their work. And more alarmingly, 20% had experienced offline attacks that they believed had been seeded online. So I'll just go to the next slide. I hope it works. So, you know, we've been commissioned. The reason why I'm here today, thank you to all my OSCE colleagues. We've been commissioned by the OSCE representative of the freedom of media to publish very soon a document with guidelines for online violence monitoring. And on the basis of our research, we get a sense of what kind of indicators we've developed on the basis of our data. We've also done big data case studies of emblematic women journalists, cases of women journalists who've experienced online violence around the world. And we're trying to sort of look at a global response to inform these OSCE responses. You know, the purpose of monitoring being, of course, to, you know, monitor acts of harassment, intimidation, and violence to help prevent escalation of such attacks, right? Because online violence is real-world violence, and to prevent it, we need to understand the complex nature and situational context of the abuse. As you mentioned in your question, there are some, we say it's essential that these are effectively monitored and recorded and transparently reported, where, there are actors who are responsible for ensuring that journalists can do their work freely and safely online and offline. And so we're looking at, protective action against that. So some of those indicators include death and rape threats. So in our previous research, 25% of women identifying journalists reported receiving death threats or threats of generic physical violence. 18% had experienced threats of sexual violence. A good example of that is the case of the assassinated Maltese journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia. And the public inquiry into her murder pointed to the connection between the online violence that she faced, by the way, she wasn't even on social media, and her brutal killing. Another one of the indicators is one which signifies really high risk escalation to a journalist. So we see evidence of this in the case of a Lebanese journalist called Hada Weiss. We've also done a big data case study around her. She's an Al Jazeera principal presenter, and she was allegedly targeted in very chilling online attacks by high-ranking officials in both Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And the little thing that I've got on the screen there shows that in April 2020, there was a major Saudi-linked disinformation network which was removed by Twitter, as well as from 4 other countries. And we also know that dozens of BBC Persian journalists have also been targeted in terms of foreign state actor involvement. Another one of the indicators is threats associated with impunity cases. So that's another way of increasing a risk level against a woman journalist, right? By threatening them with reference to cases of other journalists who have been murdered with impunity. The list is so long. I mean, in India, Rana Ayub was threatened with meeting the same fate as her colleague Gauri Lankesh, who was killed. Lebanese journalist Hada Weiss, who I already mentioned, again, threatened to be murdered like her friend Jamal Khashoggi. And in Malta, a similar case for a colleague of Daphne Caruana Galizia, Caroline Muscat. Another indicator is the evidence of coordinated disinformation operations. And so we look at how it's, repetitive and networked false narratives, which are designed to discredit journalists professionally, call their work and to distribute. We have fraudulent content such as memes and deepfakes and spoof accounts. These go viral, these gain traction, and it includes significant reputational damage and exposure for a journalist. And I know that 41% of women journalists who responded to our survey said that they experienced online abuse in association with disinformation networks. And my colleague Julie has said before that it seems like a very obvious one that surveillance and interception is something that you should be tracking when it comes to online violence. But of course, it exposes you to additional offline harm, including sexual assault and murder, because there's an ability to track and trace a target's movements. Your sources are exposed, your family members, your colleagues, by virtue of a nefarious actor who's got access to target data. And we've got examples in Mexico with Carmen Aristegui of this, again, of Hada Weiss in Lebanon, who were targeted by Pegasus software. Oh, I went one too fast. So I'm running out of time, I know, but I'll just quickly mention a few more. So the potential for psychological injury is also an indicator that we've put down. Post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, these also need to be understood as workplace safety issues. And actually, psychological harm was the most frequently identified impact of online violence by women journalists in the survey that we did. Targeted attacks that radiate to family, and especially in more patriarchal contexts, to parents. So again, we've got a long list of women journalists who've experienced these serious threats and targeting. And of course, we say that the risk is heightened, and the pressure on alerting people of this risk should also be heightened. And then finally, intersectional abuse. So this is, frequently featuring multiple layered forms of discrimination. So it's, misogyny combined with racism, combined with homophobia, religious bigotry. Again, all of our big data case studies, we've looked at 9 women journalists so far. They've all experienced an intersection of threat against them based on their identity, you know? So that's a really, really important one. And also in this very room last year, no, not even last year, it was a few weeks ago in Skopje, we spoke to a group of journalists in North Macedonia who also explained to us, if you're from an Albanian minority background, you're increased at risk. So I'm coming up to my last two because I think I'm 10 seconds out. This is just a little glimpse at what the abuse typology that we propose in the OSCE monitoring guidelines document would look like. And I just wanted to say here that these categories aren't mutually exclusive, right? So a threat of sexual assault can also be layered over with a threat of a racist threat or of religious bigotry. So this is what it's a little glimpse of what it will look like. And finally, this is just a little indication of the kind of guidance that we're offering to responders in terms of how to respond to those threats. And I hope I haven't gone over too much time.
That's brilliant, especially about the timing. Thank you for respecting. And I saw some people taking pictures of the slides. So good job, Ms. Shabir. Thank you. So now we have the part in which we need to, or if you want, to engage yourself. So I'm just going to say one thing. That, again, the title of this panel is Mapping Mechanisms and Tools for Protection and Safety of Journalists in Southeast Europe. On my left and on my right, I have prosecutors, and then we have journalists coming from North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, and also Montenegro. And on the back in the screen, we have an expert, Ms. Shabir. So if I were you, I would use the next 15, 20 minutes to be with a very short question to have a right answer. So please raise your hand and state your name and surname.
Thank you very much. My name is Neven Matic. I come from Serbia. I'm a journalist, and we have several members of the working group. I have to be honest that I am afraid that journalists in Serbia are not safe at the moment. I am the coordinator of the SOS line, which is available 24/7 for journalists who can report any case of violence or threat. And this is a part of the mechanism that we have in Serbia. We have persons who are all the time present at this present line, or at these hotlines, so to say. And we have liaison officers among the prosecutors' offices and in the Ministry of Interior in Serbia. So we have a very robust network of liaison officers. And the journalists and reporters are still not happy with the protection that they receive in our country. However, it has nothing to do with the system and whether it works or it doesn't work. It also has to do with the fact that the aggression in the society that we live in and the political elites are increasing, and we have a spiraling growth starting with the government. They are very aggressive, they use hate speech, and it's being present in the newspapers, in the tabloids headlines, and so on and so forth. I believe we have the highest number of tabloids or yellow papers, so to say, yellow pages, so to say, in our country. They use hate speech, they use aggressive narrative. This is also transferred to the social media, and we have quite a high number of threats against journalists and reporters and media workers. And I also would like to add that we have very good cooperation with the prosecution. We organize meetings once a year. We have with us here the prosecutor from Niš, from the town of Niš in South Serbia. So we had a meeting a month ago, and we had a conversation about ongoing investigations. We tried to create a narrative of the counter mainstream, so to say, and that is it's prevalent with aggressive speech. We haven't got any judges with us here, and this is quite an issue. And once we have established a successful cooperation between the journalists and the prosecutors' offices, then the judges come into place. I have been a part of an investigation in Serbia for many years, and we managed to resolve the case of the famous journalist Slavko Turuvia in the 90s in Serbia. So we are now facing an appellate procedure, and it seems to me that the persons will be acquitted again. This is going to be quite devastating for us, but also for the international journalists associations. What I believe OSCE can help with, including other international organizations, is the following. The editor-in-chief of the media outlet Danas faced serious threats. So there was a threat, a direct threat, with a mass attack against the editorial staff of the media outlet Danas. So they are very well informed. Those who send the threats are very well informed about the setup in the media outlet. When the prosecutor initiated and launched the investigation, we faced the threat with the anonymous email through a VPN from Sweden. And we lacked some evidence and information. So we faced a lack of evidence, and we could not receive enough evidence about the sender of this threat. So we now face a situation that not a single international organization nor the Swedish government could help in this investigation. So in that way, we encourage people to use those servers, those VPNs, and what is even worse, we had 2 mass shootings in Serbia, and when we see how brutal the threats against journalists are, we can easily expect that it happens, that it actually happens, that it doesn't stop with the threats only. So yet this is another topic, and whoever I have spoken to from the international organizations, they could not offer any assistance or help. The next level would be the international legal cooperation. We had a case that someone threatened the journalist, and the prosecution learned that it was sent from UK, and we haven't received any feedback, any answer by the UK authorities so as to be able to identify those who sent the threats. So we face certain challenges that we all have to act against. And the third aspect I wanted to mention is something which is very dramatic at this point in time, and that is the freedom of media and the freedom of speech that is somehow related to the impunity. In the projects that we carry out with the OSCE, we made proposals for the amendment to the criminal code, and the prosecution has to take a more active participation and involvement, and we also have to assist the judges as well. However, the organizations for the fight for human rights said that this is a limitation to the freedom of speech. There was a similar amendment to the law in Montenegro as well. We face a situation, we encounter a situation that is going to be very dramatic in the future. We are going to have even more difficulties into protecting journalists and safeguarding their safety. So we might we're going to have difficulties resolving this situation.
So please, yes, thank you. So I do agree. I mean, most of the people for sure would agree with your concerning statement. And in organizations which are following the trends, especially in Serbia, are paying attention on this particular case. And indeed, it is very important when you have contact points, criminal code, which is amended or not amended, to have a strict collaboration between the sectors, between the judges, between the prosecutors, in order the verdict to be supporting the work of the journalists, because it's not only enough to have a prosecutors, let's say, to fight alone without the support of the judges in the end. So thank you for having that in the air. I saw 2 hands by 2 ladies and a guy, yes. So I think that you were the first, please. What is your name and surname in the beginning?
I'm Aneta Spajc. I'm law professor coming from University of Montenegro. I do have questions for the prosecutors. And I'm rather interested on the legal basis and legal grounds, if they exist in your legislations, regarding the temporary measures. Once you hand down the indictment, do you have the legal ground to go with the temporary measures? We just heard from the lady from OEPS presenting the OSCE guideline that usually threats and harassment and online violation escalates into serious crime, even in murder, in the case that just been mentioned. So my question is, temporary measures, do you go for them? Do you opt for them, or you have something else to prevent further escalation of the harassment which has happened on the social networks? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. That is very important because the injunction or the legal remedies in terms that can prevent future crimes is something that we should all be aware. So please briefly in 1 minute, maybe Ms. Hadji Vasilieva and then Darko.
We have, and yet we have maybe some, I have personally some concerns when it comes to some temporary measures. Usually the crimes are more lenient, the most typical one that we have in the practice. When it comes to more serious crime, and if a journalist is victim, then it is another situation according to the procedural law, because if the crime is more punishable, more measures can come into effect and be possible to enact. So unfortunately, I would have to say that I have some concerns, and you have a very good question there. Even though we have some light, so to say, recently we have a case where a measure that, that means that a person is banned temporarily to publish some contents that were related to the crime. It is not yet, it is in front of the court, but we don't have still a verdict. So I would be there cautious on that one. But definitely I have concerns when it comes to measures, and maybe that's the way to think in future how to improve, because really temporary measures are a powerful tool that you have in the investigative process. So that would be my answer.
Hvala evo za pitanje.
Thank you very much for the law. For the question, on our law, we have certain amendments to the law, certain measures in the law. However, these measures can be utilized only if there is a threat that somebody will repeat the criminal offense, and we can prevent a person from approaching the victim. That's one of the measures. In this specific case, we have to meet certain conditions and requirements so that we be able to issue this temporary measure against the defendant. Only if there is a threat or a danger that they're going to repeat the criminal offense, we can issue a measure for preventing a person from approaching the one they have threatened. We can also detain defendants or suspects. However, we have to take into account and into consideration the amount of the sentence that might be issued. If there is not, if the sentence is not high enough, we cannot detain a person. So we also have to be proportionate. Well, I am not certain about a specific case in which someone's safety and security was threatened, and that the prosecution has utilized this temporary measure of preventing someone to approach a person or to detain a person who has threatened someone. And we do have measures, however, I cannot remember any case that they have been implemented. Thank you very much.
One sentence, I have the urge to say that we are all members of the Council of Europe, and basically we should follow the court practice of the European Court of Human Rights, even in the temporary measures, because this is a very important segment as well. So because we are some minutes out of the agenda, but having in mind that we started later some minutes, so I'm going to allow 2 more questions. The young lady in the green coat, please.
Thank you for this very interesting panel. I also have some questions for the prosecutors. My name is Anita Sokol, and I work as a media researcher in Media Center Sarajevo. We heard about state requests to social media companies. I know that social media companies are really non-transparent when it comes to their work and state requests that are sent to them. For example, I know that for Bosnia and Herzegovina last year, they just published the numbers, so we obviously do not have any details about that. And of course, it's a matter of it's also confidential. And we also have a lot of difficulties, like civil society actors have a lot of difficulties in working with social media companies. So my question is how it looks like the work of prosecutors and with social media companies. Do you see it as a mechanism for some future actions? And maybe another quick question. We often speak about consequences and what we can do about them, but what about preventive measures? Are there any guidelines or some good practices when it comes to preventive measures? And what are different actors doing in that field? Okay, that was not short, but sorry. Thank you.
Okay, maybe briefly Mr. Martinović and then Ms.
Ja ću pokušati prvi. Što se tiče
when it comes to the cooperation with social media, Proton Mail, with the headquarters in Switzerland, and they do not generate or know generated data, then they do not share it with the prosecution offices that are working on the identification of the perpetrators when that are harmful for the journalists, or if we are dealing with threats or abusive language. These media companies have their own policies. They do not think and believe that they should initiate criminal procedures, or I don't see a mechanism as a cantonal prosecution in Bosnia and Herzegovina, so as to somehow oblige them to submit to us data when it comes to initiating cases in front of the court. So we do believe that very soon we are to come to certain mechanisms in order to deal with this issue. In our prosecution, we are very persistent to promptly act when there is requests of intimidation or threats to the journalists. So our Sarajevo cantonal contact points would be the ones within the ministry, so as to efficiently act in each and every respective threat towards the journalists. Yeah, even if there are no mechanisms, there are certain acts in order to initiate proceedings, and we are to have an interview with the person or the perpetrator, where the system has recognized this unacceptable behavior of a certain person, so we can summon that person for a conversation. So this abusive language should be stopped from escalating, and maybe not escalate with a physical attack of the very journalist that reported that case. So the criminal code gives us a broader sense of applying certain measures, preventive measures.
On everything. The same issues here, the same situation here in North Macedonia. Regarding the cooperation with the international operators, it is just like the colleague explained. Most commonly, they answer us that for the biggest operators, especially US one, it is a freedom of speech and they don't see it as a crime. So then they won't give you an answer. Other alternative is you go the regular way with international cooperation, and that's even worse because it takes a lot of time and practically you lose the data because the operators don't keep them for a long time. I don't see a way there to make any step forward as it is now. But again, the international operators change their practices and are pretty flexible. So maybe in future, having in mind the culture here, the trends here in our countries, maybe we'll see some step forward in the case for cooperation. Other issues about the measure, we do exactly what the colleagues explained here. Sometimes we even take proactive actions to send a message to the offenders, even though it's a borderline, whether if it's a crime or not, some form of hate speech. So that would be it.
Thank you. Well, we have time for just one more question. Two more questions, but it's going to be very fast and very prompt, okay? Promise? So please go.
Dobar dan svima, Damir Nikočić iz Centra.
From the Civic Center of Education from Montenegro. So the 19th anniversary from the biggest crime of the murder of the editor-in-chief, Duško Jovanović, from the newspaper. Nevertheless, it has remained unresolved. Only one person assisting in that crime was convicted. Do you see that the Premier Drita Nabazović, the Prime Minister, is actualizing, is putting on the spot the murder of this person just for the sake to gain political points, not to do something that is essentially vital to resolve this case? I would formulate this that almost all political parties, since this tragedy happened, used this tragedy to gain some personal benefit or acquire or some personal points. So this attitude has been seen over and over again. Nothing came out of it. Also, they somehow copy-paste their behavior, more or less was the same of all the political holders. They didn't do anything just to contribute to resolving this case. But up to now, we don't have anything, any fruitful, concise, and realistic results. So I agree with you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Now we have the last question for the lady in the back, please.
Dobar dan svima. Moje ime je
Olivera Mladenović, public prosecutor in the primary prosecution in the city of Niš in Serbia. When talking about tackling this topic, I have the urge to partake in the discussion because I'm a contact point for the safety of journalists besides being a prosecutor, and I'd like to highlight the solutions from the point of the prosecution side that were taken in the last couple of years. All these measures, safeguards, and treaty to cooperate and act accordingly also includes obligations. My obligation as a contact point is to urgently act and have on duty service 24/7, being on disposal when the safety of journalists is being threatened. In 24 hours, we need to initiate a case, and the person endangered. That is, it doesn't have to be necessarily a journalist or a public holder official. It's urgently the case is being examined and taken, and urgent measures are being taken. We have recognized the necessity to safeguard the person on the highest level possible. We also, on a monthly level, develop and draft reports where the media and the authorities have an insight of it. These are steps taken up front so as to enable bigger safety and security of journalists. One question was linked with the dissatisfaction of certain journalists. Please stick to the point. I don't have a question. It's more a comment, a response to one interesting question that I had from the audience in regard with the preventive measures. I believe that regardless of the nuances when it comes to safeguarding the journalists, the co-decision is the biggest prevention ever. This is the indicator of to the public that each and every criminal crime is being punished accordingly, and the stricter the punishments are, that it's a sign that this kind of crimes are not going to be are not going to stay unresolved, or they're not going to go unpunished. So in the end, everything to be placed properly and to make any kind of sense.
Since we spent all the time, it was a bit difficult for me to take the balance between the interest and the time, but I hope that you're satisfied. And I also want to apologize to the translators and also thank you very much for your efforts. So in brief, I would like to emphasize that based on my opinion, but I am quite sure that you would all agree that all of us as media professionals and individuals coming from the judiciary or prosecutor's office, we have at least one thing in common, and that is actually the public interest. So having this starting point, I assume that we can work together a lot. And when we speak about safety of journalists, we must be aware that in order the circle to be complete, we also must collaborate and also include judges, because the perception of the impunity in the whole region is present because the final verdicts are simply insufficient. And this is something that we should be focused on. In some countries on the Western Balkans or southeastern countries of this continent, we have criminal codes which are offering bigger protection to media workers. In some countries we do not. I personally think that we should focus on monitoring of these laws, how they are being implemented, because if the model of having better systematic solutions within the criminal code is being proven a successful model for systematic improvements of journalists and media workers, then in my opinion we should follow this model to other countries as well. The contact points, it sounds a bit interesting, these contact points, but in my opinion for this you don't need money, you don't need embassies, you just need political willingness and some certain level of trust between the media, journalists and the prosecutor's office. I was surprised to learn that in Serbia you have 100, in Macedonia we have 1, so now after this meeting we're going to ask at least 50, so we'll see what we'll get. So anyway, I think that this is a good starting point because it increases the level of trust. Something that concerns us, I would say, as people which are living in this part of the continent is the level of not collaboration between the internet platforms on social media and us as consumers. I wouldn't give up saying, oh, we are a candidate country, we can't do anything. Of course we can. I think that we should just be creative and try to ask certain agreements, perhaps on a level of region, is something that politicians should be thinking a bit more, but we should be having the obligation to point this out louder as a problem. And again, next time, perhaps in certain format, also if judges are being present, then we'll have a discussion why the impunity is so low, is so high, and why actually the court practice is not so sufficient. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this panel. I hope that it was useful. It was a pleasure to have a combined panel with prosecutors and journalists and editors. Thank you for the organizer for inviting and for designing this format, and thank you for the panelists that have prepared themselves to have statements and speech. Also, thanks to Ms. Shabir that was present from Amsterdam online to share her views. I wish you all to have a pleasant afternoon, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I was complaining before that at every possible conference and panel, these chairs are the most uncomfortable ones, so you never know how to sit. But I hope that this is it, and no one else is joining, or we have more people. But thank you for coming. And this is the panel on disinformation and, panel on media literacy and digital literacy initiatives in the region. I want to start the panel with one interesting quote from Yuval Harari's latest book, where he says that we live in a world flooded by irrelevant information. And in today's world, censorship doesn't work with blocking the information, but rather by flooding the space with disinformation, with irrelevant information, with distractions. And this quote resonates with us all, and it highlights the need for clarity in the information age. I am happy here to have some great colleagues who are working in different fields in the topic that could bring us, or could help bring us clarity. As Harari says, we as media professionals and journalists, media specialists, we cannot offer food or shelter to people, but what we can offer is different advice, different tools, knowledge, skills to citizens to better understand today's digital world. With me here today are Dorentina Husa, a project coordinator and researcher at the Albanian Media Institute. Besa Luci, she's the chief editor and co-founder of the multimedia magazine Kosovo 2.0. Filip Stojanovski, director for partnership and resource development at Metamorphosis Foundation in Skopje, and Emir Povlakic, who is the head of Department of Audiovisual and Media Services at the Communications Regulatory Agency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I will start first with Besa. I still believe that journalism is one of the most effective answers to the information disorder. Nowadays, answer to disinformation, to theories, conspiracy theories, to propaganda. And the importance of journalists has not changed over time. There are still many professionals who are trying to bring positive changes, sometimes even risking their lives. This is why I want to start with Besa, because Kosovo 2.0 is exactly a media outlet who offers different type of journalism. Journalism that is explanatory, it's contextual, it's narrative journalism where storytelling is not just about documenting the world around us, but also contributing to its reimagining. Besa, I would like to hear more about what you do, but also I want to ask you how you see the role of professional journalism in raising the media literacy in our societies, and how your media outlet is contributing to these efforts.
Thank you very much, Mihailo, and thank you for that great presentation of Kosovo 2.0. I mean, I think you already explained it. Just to add that we also publish in 3 languages, so in Albanian, in Serbian, and in English language. And the whole philosophy towards our work is that we engage in slow journalism, which I think is, we've come to a point where I think we have to label it as such, because everything else around us is so fast, the news production cycle. And we've come to a point where we think that time and taking our time in journalism is a luxury, and that's something that actually with Kosovo 2.0 we want to challenge. The time is not a luxury, but sometimes to do our jobs properly we need to have the right amount of time to do it and to be sure that what we are publishing and what we are putting out there is actually contributing to a critical public debate. I think you said it very well at the beginning that one of the best ways, and I'm a true believer of that one of the best ways to fight disinformation and contribute to media literacy is just by doing good journalism. And it might sound as something very simple, but I think that some of the greatest things are actually, and the most profound things are in essence, are very simple. We do not have to overcomplicate it. So doing good journalism and showing how we can report, how we can tell stories, and the different ways that that can be done, for me, is the way that we can contribute toward, in general, toward a society that is more critical to different kinds of information that they get bombarded with every day. From the beginning, I think for us what was crucial, and now I'm going to speak about a few different things that we do at K2.0 that I think in essence have within itself, whether consciously or not, they have within itself this aspect of contributing toward media literacy, and I think it really begins with trust and credibility. I think that that is key for any media outlet that is truly determined to any journalistic outlet that is truly determined to fulfill its role. I think sometimes we take for granted our relationship with society, our relationship with the different audiences out there, and also how much time and effort it also takes to foster that relationship, and that to be able to have a true relationship, it has to be always done through trust. Are we doing the most that we can so that the public believes and trusts us as a news source? And this leads me to the second one, and I think in the past few years, in different circles, be it professional or academic, we come across often this idea that, while maybe up until sometime in the 90s, objectivity was considered as this guiding principle in journalism. Today, what should be or what should guide our work is transparency, and I think that is key. And transparency in a few different ways, whether with regard to how we present ourselves to the public, but then also how we do our jobs as journalists, because today, we cannot think of the audience as merely just a homogeneous group. We cannot think of the audience as just like static receivers of information. We have to understand that the public is made of very different groups, just as society is made of very different groups with very different kinds of intersecting identities, and to reach out and communicate to as many and represent as many of them as possible. But also transparency in the sense of how we do our job, and this is something that and I think transparency can sometimes be viewed as something technical. So a list of things that we fulfill. Let's say, like, do we have information about our staff? Do we have information about who we are, what we do as a media, which we place a lot of importance to. So it has maybe that technical aspect to it, but transparency also affects the way that we tell stories as journalists. And today that is key because people I think also want to engage with the content. They want to feel heard. They want their voice to be heard, and they want to know that they also have a say in the public debate. And all of these different things I think are crucial when we talk also about media literacy, because a lot of let's say the literature and media literacy talks about this fact that you have to constantly be working with people to explain to them and to have them understand as best as possible what it takes to produce journalism. And that doesn't always mean that we have to explain A, B, C, the different steps we take, but it is the little things that we do in our stories by insisting on transparent sources, by insisting on showing where the information is coming from, how are we verifying that information, because the more that you have elements like that in your storytelling, I think then people are more prone also to know and to believe, to have that trust in you, to see you as a credible source. So that's why also transparency for us is key. I think another important aspect that fits within these two, like journalism, the connection between how we do our job as journalists and how we contribute to media literacy is, and especially today, I think it's also being very transparent about whether there are certain values or, let's say, political positions that we have as mediums, because of course we all strive objectivity more in the methods that we apply to select information and process and produce content, but objectivity does not exist because every story in content necessarily, because every story has a frame, every story has a context that is ideological in essence. So I think we also have to be very transparent about what are the values that we stand by and the values that that for us are important in order to contribute toward a larger democratic society. And for us at K 2.0, from the beginning, that has been very directly linked to human rights. That's because we ultimately believe that you cannot have a proper democracy unless you're taking into account how different groups are marginalized or discriminated or are oppressed. And those are values that also we uphold as a medium and values that we very clearly communicate to our audiences. Other things that I think for us have been, that I think that we do at K 2.0 and are indirectly also contributing towards media literacy is that we're constantly thinking about how we engage our audiences with our content. And I can really not stress enough how important that is today, because I said earlier that, I mean, it's been for more than a decade now that we know that the public is not static receiver of information, that they want to engage, and also sometimes they themselves, in a lot of times, they are also producers of information. But as credible media outlets, we have to be, I think, constantly attuned to how we're involving them also in the discussion. For us, it's not enough to just finish, report, research an article and publish it out there, but how do we make sure that the conversation is continuing and that conversation is continuing with society. So a lot of the type of work that we've been doing, and especially I think lately I think we've also increased this type of work, which I think has also come as a response of the fact that there's so much more just disinformation out there, or even just bad journalism sometimes, is that we do a lot of these kind of, whether it be text-based or video explainers, again, going back to things that maybe might seem simple in essence, but that are so important, because when there's so much noise and when we're living at times of high political polarization, also at times when we feel that there's a lot of apathy within our societies, it's so important to have trusted news sources that just really take the time to explain whether it's a particular policy, whether it's a controversial political debate, and to just lay out what we know and also what we don't know about the issue. And I think that not knowing also is sometimes taken for granted. I think it's also important. It's not wrong for journalists to say that we don't have the full picture. This is what we know based on the information that we have right now. So we've been doing a lot of this kind of explanatory journalism lately, and we've seen very positive responses to it, because people get lost. People get lost in all the information that's out there, in all the noise, in all the sensationalism, or in all just like the political bashing and the political attacks that are very present within all our media environments and political environments in the region. And I think also what is important in this regard and how journalism can contribute to media literacy is to, I mentioned it's already by engaging the public, but it's by having these kind of calls. We do a lot of calls for blogs, for young people to write, a lot of calls for perspectives. We do a lot of discussions when basically we publish content, but then we organize discussions with citizens. Let's continue the conversation. Let's continue talking about these issues. So I think all of this combined with multimedia, with inserting as much as possible visual elements, be it graphics, timelines, just things that really help people more fully understand issues, end up contributing ultimately to a society that it's more critical, because when they see that they can receive information in such a way from one source, you hope that they're going to start requesting that kind of accountability or that kind of responsibility also from other sources. So maybe I'll end here for now. And
yes, thank you. The idea is to have this first round and to present what we do and how we do it, why this is important, what kind of role we play in the society. And then I have some additional questions exactly about or related to what you were talking about, I'm very happy that we started the whole conversation in this way, because media literacy, as you all know, is much more than fight against disinformation. Media literacy includes also professional journalism, but as you said, includes the component of explaining people and constantly promoting why professional journalism is so important. And again, media literacy is about access to different people and different groups of the society, what kind of access they have to media. Media literacy is about how we understand media content. Are we able to analyze who is doing this and why, what kind of values is the one who is creating the media messages is transmitting in the society. So thank you for this initial words. I want to continue with Dorentina, who's sitting next to me. She's from the Albanian Media Institute. And I want to say that if you ask me, the civil organizations, the civil society plays a very important role in raising the level of media literacy from two different aspects. Albanian Media Institute is one of the oldest media institutes in the region, still alive and still kicking, yes. But their role is not only in training journalists and increasing the level of professional journalism, but in the last decade or so, they're very active in teaching people how to understand or how to evaluate what they are getting from the media. So, Dorentina, the floor is yours. I want to hear more about your latest activities, but also I want to speak a little bit about the role of the CSO in this aspect.
Thank you very much, Mihailo, for the introduction and for the question. Actually, it's an amazing opportunity to be here and to be able to share a little bit of our immense work in the field of media and information literacy, but not only. First of all, I would like to start with the key word of this conference, crossword. We oftentimes have found ourselves in this crossroad when it comes to media and information literacy. And there are several questions which have posed into our minds in relation to that. First of all, what is media and information literacy? Who should do it? Where should we start? So these have been our key questions, and when thinking about it and when discussing about the approach that we should follow, we stopped at the definition of the media and information literacy. And we realized that media and information literacy is a composite concept. And that is the cornerstone of our intervention. This is a composite concept, and so is the intervention and the approach that the Albanian Media Institute has been following in addressing MIL in multiple levels, with multiple collaborators or partners, and reaching multiple audiences. I will share with you a summary of this multiple approach that we follow in advancing media and information literacy in our country. First and foremost, we have focused our efforts in introducing media and information literacy in formal education in pre-university level. Now, why is that important? What is the connection between education and media and information literacy? Well, in its entirety, education is about information, it's about skills, it's about competencies, and so is MIL. By working with schools, we are trying to shift from an ad hoc approach or intervention to a systemic approach. And this is our end goal, which goes beyond actually the work of the Albanian Media Institute. It goes to the mission of the public institution and the mission of the education itself. We realized in this journey that we couldn't do it without the cooperation of the public institutions, Ministry of Education and Sport and the Agency for Quality Assurance in Pre-University Education, because they have the mandate to give us access to schools, in particular in pre-university level, and that means upper secondary education and higher secondary education. So basically we need to partner with this public institution, and that's what we did. Through this cooperation, we entered into schools, training teachers, and making efforts to introduce media and information literacy into the formal compulsory education, to reach massive audiences and to reach pupils as early as possible. Because media and information literacy is not something that you learn once upon a time or in a certain subject. It is cross-cutting, and that is another aspect of our intervention in pre-university education, the cross-cutting approach. It means that all the teachers and in all the subjects, the 12 subjects that we have, they have to incorporate competencies and develop competencies of media and information literacy. The most three important ones, the skills to access information from different sources that are available. And the second one is to assess. So after you have accessed all these platforms, all the media and different sources, then you have to do some critical thinking, which is crucial and compulsory to the education. And then after assessing, which is the higher skill, is to create, to be able to generate content, which is quality content, objective, ethical, and also based on the principle of human rights, quality journalism, etc. So this is the intervention that we've been doing in pre-university education. And I would like to highlight, Mihailo and all the participants, that we cannot do this without schools. It is fundamental that we work with pre-university education, university education, all the levels of education, in order to have a massive reach, in order to have active citizenship from the early beginning. Because when they go out of school, they will not have the competencies. We need to start as early as possible. And there cannot be education without media literacy. So that is for the intervention that we're doing in pre-university level. As I said in the beginning, we focus on multiple levels. So another road that we chose in this beautiful crossroad of media information literacy is university education or academia. Of course, we cannot exclude them. Like, these students are already out of the pre-university level, so they are in the university. So what do we do with them? Whose responsibility is to educate them? So what we do in this regard, in cooperation with universities in different cities of Albania trying to have a national reach, we cooperate with them to increase media and information literacy amongst students and professors. The end goal of this intervention is to educate the students who are going to be the next professionals in each of their respective fields. It doesn't matter. MEAL is for all. It's for everyone, for every profession, not just for journalists. So basically, that's the aim of entering into university. And additional to that, a specific focus which we have been giving to university level is to train the forthcoming teachers. So basically, we capture them while they are at the stage of professional development, and once they are ready to get out of university and start teaching into schools, they are already equipped with media and information literacy, information skills and competencies. So basically, that's the second angle of our intervention. The third angle is media organizations, journalists, and media community. So basically, right now, we talked about increasing the level of media and information literacy amongst students, pupils, and academics. And now we have journalists, we have media organizations, we have the community, entire community of media, which actually, it is a crucial part of the chain, of the media and information literacy chain. So basically, we work with them through different initiatives which tackle disinformation, hate speech, ethical journalism, information disorders, mild mis and disinformation, because this is complementary to what I just said before. So, okay, you want to have citizens who are equipped to distinguish, to access, to assess, and to produce content, but on the other hand, you have to have available content. Like Bessa said earlier, we strive for quality journalism. So basically, these options should be there available for the audiences to weigh up the information, the options. And also it is important because it increases the professionalization of media and also the transparency, and as an end goal, it goes back to democracy. So without journalism without journalists and media community in the intervention of media and information literacy, I can say that we are doomed to fail. So basically, they are a key part of the chain. And last but not least, now who's left? Who's left out of this chain? Basically, we mentioned everyone except the general public. So this is the end of the chain that we're including with our initiatives. We try with different projects, of course, in cooperation with other civil society organizations and public institutions to do mass education campaigns. Available training for general public who is not either in education nor in training nor related to media community. And in a nutshell, this is the entire approach that we follow as the Albanian Media Institute. And I emphasize in cooperation with relevant and important stakeholders, including donors as well, because this is not something that we take the ownership. This is a joint effort, and this is how we are effective in this regard. And going back to the last part of your question, Mihailo, regarding the role of the civil society organizations, I believe that we are the glue between public institutions and this society. So basically, if we keep on being active and if we keep on tying these aspects, then we can have impactful change and also media and literate citizens. That is for the first part.
Thank you. Okay, we are sharing the mic with Dorentina. Thank you, Dorentina, very much. It was really interesting, and I'm very happy that the whole conversation goes in this direction. We started with journalism, the importance of professional journalism, and then we continued with the role of the civil society, but especially in these initiatives that the Albanian Media Institute are doing, and they are crucial at the moment, not only for Albania, but for the whole region. In Macedonia, the project that I am working at the moment is a project on media literacy that does similar things together with the local partners. You all know them because of the Southeast European Network for Professionalization of Media, CENPM, I know this name by heart, and the umbrella network that unites and supports all these organizations, media centers and media institutes for many, many years, more than 2 decades. So we work with our local partners, Macedonian Institute for Media, Institute for Communication Studies, and Youth Education Forum, mostly on educating people, especially teachers, injecting media literacy in the official curriculum for primary schools, secondary schools, and universities, and I think that this is very, very important component. So I will have some more questions later in the debate, but now I want to present Filip Stojanovski from Metamorphosis. They are working on anti-disinformation issues for many years, more than a decade, especially in the process of debunking. They started with a fact-checking service, TruthMeter, MK, in 2011. They continued with the USAID Media Fact-Checking Service, then Critical Thinking for Media-Wise Citizens, CRITINC. There are several fact-checking initiatives and projects, but also they are very active regionally Their last project, Western Balkans Anti-Disinformation Hub, is exposing foreign malign influence in Western Balkans by debunking and mapping the flow of disinformation, misinformation, and propaganda. Philip, thank you for being today with us. I want to hear more about you, about all these anti-disinformation initiatives, but also to hear your opinion about the importance of fact-checking initiatives, and do you see results from them?
Thank you so much for the invitation and for this great introduction. We are very happy to share what we have learned, and also to learn more from everybody about the distinguished speakers and the audience, and to continue the conversation later, because it's really something that we think we should all be humble about, this problem that we have with disinformation, with lack of media literacy. We are all entering a new territory every day, because the technology is bringing new challenges or new opportunities. And we also know that it's a little bit hard for everybody to adjust, especially if they are target of disinformation campaigns, which are trying to lower their ability to adjust, or their adaptability to these changes that we are all facing. I think we have to start. We have a lot of experience with fact-checking, like you said, since 2011. And our starting point is that fact-checking is not enough. Fact-checking is an essential form of journalism, both as part of the journalistic process, which we call mainstream journalism or reporting, where before publication, the content should be fact-checked. In the Balkans, we don't have much of a history of fact-checking as a special department within a large organization, which is present in some of the US media. So, for instance, there is an 80s movie with Michael G. Fox where he's a fact-checker. And before the article is published, he checks in encyclopedias about really little details in articles. But here in the Balkans, most of the fact-checking role was done by the editors who approve the articles. So it is also, it was not, when we started fact-checking, some of the media welcomed it, but for some media it was something new. And of course, if there were those who have resistance to change, we had some, let's say, varied response to fact-checking as a new genre of journalism, including negative reception and including basically attacks. Now, in the last few years, there are consistent smear campaigns against fact-checkers at national level in all the Balkan countries, but also these campaigns also include an aspect of trying to discredit fact-checking as an activity, as a part of journalism itself. So they're trying to present it as a form of censorship or something which is not inherent to journalism, which is contrary to the actual standards of journalism, because even in, for instance, in our code of journalists, the first article is about providing factual information or complete and truthful information. So, like you mentioned several of our initiatives or our joint initiatives, we realized that it's really important to work at the same time on media pluralism. That's why we think that it's better to support more media and more different types of media, different editorial outlooks, different editorial positions, or even different ideologies like Besta said. But also, fact-checking is related directly with transparency, because all the fact-checkers who are active in our region, who see themselves as such, They are all members of the International Fact-Checking Network and the European Fact-Checking Standards Network, which in order to preserve the integrity of this type of journalism, they conduct manual audits every year for the fact-checkers, enabling them or inciting them to adhere to even higher standards of journalism, of transparency than what is essential for professional journalism anyway, like to declare your identity, the impressum or masthead, or your sources of income, and so on. Especially this is true for non-profit media, which usually depend on, let's say, support from international community, where this transparency is inherent from the grant-making side anyway. But it is also important to know that this is, there should be a systemic solution for the problem of lack of information first, or or the presence of disinformation, because maybe we will also go in different areas, but it is really important that professional journalism is not the only responsible entity or institution in society that should be held accountable for the presence of disinformation. This is a whole society problem and requires whole society approach. So therefore, we applaud our initiatives to integrate media literacy within the school system, like the YouThink project that you mentioned, because when we start to think about the problem of disinformation, we also see that we encounter the need to talk not only with journalists. It's first a security issue, like so it's something that endangers our whole society if there is disinformation, like we see with the pandemic and with the war, and all the warmongering that we have endemic in the Balkans too, because most of the disinformation, at least in North Macedonia, after a few iterations, it ends up with interethnic hatred and creation of new interethnic conflict, which we know can be disastrous in our region. And therefore, we also have to be mindful that we need the help of the academic community, not only those who are engaged in education and modifying the curricula, but also researchers and others, because in our region, the academic community has not been so active in this field. This also includes medical professionals, such as in the case of COVID, disinformation or vaccines now, they are still current, we have new epidemics, and also researchers such as psychologists, because when we deal with when we talk to the general public about media literacy or fact-checking or disinformation, we have to keep in mind that those who are promoters of disinformation, they use emotions. But also when we talk to the people, we also steer emotions. And unfortunately, some of these emotions are negative, because we are sending the message that, hey, you have been lied to, this is the truth. Or, hey, you have been illiterate, now you have to acquire these new skills to become media literate. And for the people, at least in our region, they usually don't react humbly to being, how can I say, to pointing of some flaw, let's say. Even though we can all be modest, it's part of our tradition also to be modest and to improve ourselves. But we have to keep all this in mind. So I would just like to point out that professional journalists, fact-checkers, media literacy enthusiasts, and people who work in this field, at least in North Macedonia, we have one good example of an initiative that requires this whole society approach. So far, there has been a process of creating a consensus about the basics of how the society should proceed towards creating a systemic and approach that would be open for everybody to give their contribution and to voice their concerns, but also to result in concrete measures based on strategic and geopolitical goals of the country, such as considering disinformation as a security issue, not only media issue, and not only education issue, and not other in a sense. So I will just share briefly that we have an initiative which has been engaged by around 10 civil society organizations, including the professional media organizations and organizations that work with countering disinformation in different way, to build resilience of the society, and we are now at the stage where we engaged with the authorities who are also aware that this is a problem, and it has been solved at a systemic level. It has not been solved. There is no solution to these problems. We can only struggle to improve. But see that in democratic countries, it is possible to overcome the prejudice or the disinformation, that nothing should be done about this, that the problem of disinformation should be ignored, and which is benefiting those who share the disinformation. For instance, in our country, there was perception that there is no Russian influence at all, that even if there is, it's negligible. Later, we saw that there has been their hand in many of the processes that has been going on in the past, including especially those who were related to our integration into European Union or NATO and development of democracy. So, and corruption also. So, it is very important to understand, to share this understanding, and to engage at all levels. This is our biggest lesson that we've learned in these 10, 11 years.
Thank you, Philip, for your first thoughts. I hope we will have more time to come back to some issues that I want to open later on. But at the end, last but not least, of course, we have Emir Povlakic, who is head of the Department of Audiovisual and Media Services at the Communication Regulatory Agency. Recently, 4 years ago, they launched a new department for content and media literacy and intensified their activities in this field, which I think is very important and very an excellent step forward in these issues. Emir, I want to speak with you about your initiatives, especially about one which I found very interesting and intriguing, called Webobran, and you can find that on YouTube. Very interesting campaign. But I want to hear more from you about the role of the regulators in this whole process. We had media, professional media, we had civil society, we had fact-checking and organizations who are working on this information, and I think that we are the only component we are missing now is the regulators.
Well, we shouldn't do that. Thank you very much, Mihailo, for the introduction. Let me just tell you very briefly that I'm coming from Communication Regulatory Agency, which regulated audiovisual media services, but also telecom services as well. From my brief introduction, you will see how that important from us as from a regulatory point of view. You're right, establishing of the special department, we actually try to cover a gap that we have, unfortunately, in my country, that we don't have Ministry of Science or Education on the national level or Ministry of Culture on national levels, who will continue to be, let's say, first step in introducing media information literacy. So actually establishing of this department within the agency was first step, then establishing a Facebook page It was second when we invited different people trying to involve as much as possible different stakeholders, which we think that are very crucial for any further work that we want to do. We realized that we can't do it by ourselves, so we actually, through some campaigns that we started, informative ones, firstly, dedicated to protection children and minors, but also we didn't want to exclude older people as well. So main of our activities in past 2 years, because in October 2019 we started this project, and till now we have a lot of partners within our network. So when you ask me what's the role of regulatory authority, in our example, it's leadership. We create the platform. We have more than 70 different stakeholders on our platform. We're having regularly meetings with all of them, sharing the information. We also established this website, mediskapismenost.ba, on which you can find all the materials that you are interested in. We actually use that platform for the sharing information, possible future actions. We making deals and some negotiations with different partners, how to present some of the issues, including disinformation, education programs, together also with the European Commission and Council of Europe. The last action regarding the Webobrand that you mentioned, it's very interesting one. We prepared, because we think that role of regulatory authority is regulate. Of course, we regulate traditional and new media as well, internet service provider, in our case, research, what we've done a lot in these past 2 years, networking. We established a platform for the two, but also education. As a part of education is this Webobrand, Protection Children on Internet, how internet becomes safe for the minors. So we specialized several video clips in which we covered different topics, what is really, and we are very proud of it, since we have a great reflection from the audience. One of the major distributors of sport channels decided for free to present all our spots, which we think as a really good step forward. So basically, the platform that we use, I think it's very helpful. But I have to say, we can't do it by ourselves, so it needs to be very open platform. We constantly inviting new stakeholders to become a part of it. Thank you.
Hvala ti, Emire.
Thank you very much, Emir, for your presentation.
Some additional questions now, and I want to start a debate, a discussion on several issues, but I will start by going at the beginning of my introduction when I was talking about clarity. So today, in today's world, especially social media, digital platforms, they enabled everyone to become a certain media creator or creator of media content and media messages. We have influencers who are more popular and have higher ratings than some mainstream media outlets. And it's, at this moment, it's very difficult to explain people what is the difference and how to make a difference between what is really professional, what was done with a lot of effort in a balanced and objective way, and what is just an opinion from a person who has a lot of followers. So, Besa, maybe this question goes to you, and you kind of started this whole topic by saying that one of the answers to this is to educate people how media production looks like and how we create the news. to have some kind of insight in our work. So, but I want to hear more of how to be able to educate people what is good and what is not, what is professional and balanced, and what is just an opinion on Facebook or column on some web portal.
I mean, this morning there was also, I think in the first panel, there was a discussion about who is a journalist and who is not, and who gets to decide who is a journalist and who is not, and there's definitely not an easy answer to that. But also, I think it's fine sometimes to leave it a bit more open, because, you know, journalism has not changed as a profession in essence, but just the ways that we do journalism. And they've always changed, since the printing press to radio to television to the digital. So it's an ever-changing kind of field and profession. So there is, of course, a lot of people. There's everybody today produces information. Everybody disseminates information, and sometimes a lot of that might not be professional, but sometimes there are moments or there are situations or contexts or countries where, if it were not for just individual citizens sharing of the primary information, we might not even know about a certain event or something happening. So I think we also have to leave a bit of space for those voices, for those people to come through, and not to be as strict in terms of defining who gets to be called a journalist and who not. And I am aware of all the problems that come with it and whatnot, and of course it's a very kind of tricky terrain. But again, I mean, also Dorentina talked about, of course it all starts with education in terms of letting people know how to navigate all this pool of information out there. And it does start at homes, it started at school, so it's a never-ending process, because also we're talking now about information literacy, media literacy, but it's not. This doesn't only apply to journalism necessarily, because media literacy also it's about everything that is produced through a medium. It's about how we think of the songs that we hear every day, how we engage with a particular movie that we see, how we read a billboard when we're walking down the street, and how we understand that information. How are we able to critically understand what are the values, what is the world that all these media messages are ultimately creating for us? Because in essence, media are constructs, and media construct meanings about how we understand the world around us, whether about how we understand like politics, how we understand gender, how we understand ethnic minorities, how we understand class issues, labor and whatnot. So we're constantly living in a world that the media shape for us. So it's very difficult to detach just one part from this conversation and think about how we can teach people how to understand what is good information and what not, because it's very much, for me, the way I see it, it's a very complex process. And Dorentina mentioned the word cross-cutting, and it is like that, because you can have, let's say, you can teach people about like how to identify what is a credible news source and what is not by checking whether there's, you know, whether we have certain information about who's the author, who's the owner, whether there's transparency about finances, about this and that. So you can give them that checklist, but for me it doesn't end there, because after that checklist you need to know how to critically also engage with that content. So one easy thing, just to conclude, one easy way to do it, I think it's again for us as journalists to really be as open all the time about how we do our jobs. And I talked a bit at the beginning about that, and I think we need to open our newsrooms and open our doors more. For example, at K2.0 we did a series of video called Editor's Picks, where an editor and a journalist would sit for 20 minutes and discuss about one particular story and how we went about, how the idea came about, how we went about identifying sources, why we interviewed those people and not others, how was the editing process, the difficulties and whatnot. And I really think we need today more and more of such efforts if we, as journalists and as media, if we truly want the public to know us and the public to believe in us and the public to then request more sources that are professional, like like us in that sense. And I cannot stress, I think that a lot of mainstream bigger media are still very closed, and they still haven't understood how important it is to open up to the public.
I agree. In this direction, I just want to continue. Philip also mentioned, my impression is that we live in a very polarized world, more than ever. And sometimes our initiatives feel like preaching to converted, to the people who belong to our bubble, to our echo chamber. We have this group who will constantly support us because they share the same opinion and values, but there is this huge group who believe that we are traitors, who believe that we are controlled by the money from our donors, that we are the ones who are sharing propaganda and disinformation and so on. So how to reach this group? How to kind of try to find a way to start speaking to these people and kind of explain them what is this all about and why this is important. Philip, maybe you.
It's a $1 million question, but
yeah, definitely.
But I would like also to maybe we can start with assessing what are the habits of our audience, because when we talk about professional journalism, it's expensive, and in order to value it, people, like you said, should be aware of the process behind. That it's not just somebody spewing their first thought just to be filmed, but there is a process, and it is also relevant for fact-checking and for anti-disinformation analytical work and for investigative journalism, which in our opinion should work together, because in our current project, Western Balkans Anti-Disinformation Hub, it is crucial that all these elements are combined, also with media monitoring, also expensive thing, analytics, and so on. So, and in our region, there are no local sources who are willing to invest in such activities, even at the level of change of state budgets to invest in educational campaigns, which is also part of something that should be done at the level of any state, but also local, private, or other public sources have not been providing funds for local organizations. It has been only up to the international donors, such as European Union, USAID, or individual countries such as Kingdom of the Netherlands, UK, and others. So it is very important to get across to people that journalism is expensive but necessary, just like democracy. Dictatorship, slavery is very cheap. It's very cost effective, but democracy is expensive and worth paying for. Now we have an audience, sorry, I digress a lot. I was buying a newspaper a few days ago, and when I bought it, I said, oh, it's price increased a little bit. And the shopkeeper said, oh, but you have everything online anyway for free. So people are now used to getting their media for free. Also, those who are most susceptible to disinformation and to manipulations are also watching TV where they don't pay. People are losing the habit of assigning monetary value to quality journalism, which they paid for newspapers in the past. So it is very important to let them know how much does it cost and why. That's why transparency is paramount, but also education, and starting from the early age. I think it is, we are facing this as a big problem, because the perception of what journalism is and what not has not been advocated systematically across all our countries. And we have now in Serbia a case where one of the biggest purveyors of disinformation is playing a role of a victim of like a martyr for journalism. It is really...
Yeah, we can see this everywhere, basically.
Yeah, and I would just like to say that one thing. It is also making people aware how much money is invested in the opposite of journalism. Because all these media spheres, they are sustained by enormous amount of money, including money stolen from our pockets through the corrupt state authorities.
Thank you, Philip. One question for the regulators, and it's not only for you, it's actually for all the regulators in the region, because more or less you are having the same tasks and playing the same role. You all have media literacy as some, and one component of, and one obligation for your work. And you are doing this more or less very good, especially campaigning and educating people, raising awareness about the importance of the issue. But I was curious, do you see, Emir, maybe an additional way of contributing to this goal? Maybe to have some kind of cooperation with media and with CSO in a big, you act as an isolated island sometimes. But can we expect, because you are doing this great, can we expect a little bit more?
Thank you very much. I think that's the crucial. We shown, if you take just legally, we are just regulating radio, TV station and internet service provider, that's it. From the legal point of view of the competencies of regulatory communication agency. But from the very beginning, we realized that's not enough. That's the reason what we established platform. Even if we are not regulating online media, we have this platform on which we invited, as I said, currently more than 70 different stakeholders, teachers, educators, psychologists, children, NGOs, different ministries, people that we can put together. I think that's the main thing. No one can do it by himself, anything.
I agree.
So definitely that's our case shown. Because we couldn't do that as a simple regulatory authority. We're publishing material and distribute through the primary and secondary school. Because we think that's something that's worth. Honestly, after these things, what's happened in Serbia in few weeks ago, I become to realize that media information literacy is the main project of Communication Regulatory Agency in the future. Definitely much more resources we will dedicate it to that, because we see what happened. This could happen in region elsewhere. I mean, it's not a problem. The problem is we need not only support from the, as I said, in our situation there is no state-level Ministry for Education and Science or state-level ministries for culture. There is on entity levels, cantonal levels, etc. But we want to try include them all. They need to show interest. We inviting them through our campaigns, through our spots. We need to protect children. As I said, we have a lot of influence since we're regulating internet service providers. A few days ago, we actually saw how we monitor the obligation to give, when they're giving access to internet, how they protect the children. So we just want to get as much information as we can so that we can take further actions. Also, we need some better legal solution. For example, we don't have even if it's waiting for 2 years, law on transparency of media ownership. It's very important for the people to know who is the owner who is the real owner, where the money goes. Those information, when you have them in a package, people could be much more aware of the information that they are receiving about the journalists. We also cooperate with the online regulator, self-regulatory authority, association of B&H journalists, because we want to also give them the space on our platform just to introduce. But honestly, Mihailo, if some agency or some ministry doing by himself, it's not possible. They will not have any influence on the citizens. Or
as Dorentina says, the composite approach and including everyone in the story. This is also a panel for the audience, and I hope you find it interesting as we do here on the stage. So before wrapping up, I will open the floor for questions. If there are any questions, maybe you want to hear more from some of us about the topic we are discussing. Thank you.
Hello, Janita Trajkovska, Institute of Communication Studies from Macedonia, part of that project that Mihailo is director of IREX. We talk a lot about media literacy, role of journalism, role of regulatory independent bodies, but my question is, are we skipping somebody? We are the politicians and political will. We can do so much, but we cannot, we have the main obstacle, and that is the politicians and political will. We are all living in countries in transition still, unfortunately, after 30 years, or hybrid regimes, or half-free countries. And I believe we are forgetting to ask for a political, not just will, but a very clear and very, open and honest relation with the politicians, because we are not getting from them what we need in order to have media literacy in the formal education, in order to have better quality of the media outlets, in order to have not clientelistic media. So how to deal with the politicians in order to have better media literacy in our countries and more educated public. Thank you.
I want to start with Dorentina because their project is pretty much, in a way, related to, or it includes the decision makers, the government, the Ministry of Education, the Bureau for Education, or whatever it's called in Albania. So, yeah, how do you find the cooperation with them and cooperation with other government institutions and structures?
Thank you, Janeta, for the question. And of course, it's very important to have them on board because, no matter how much efforts we do, unless politics are on board, few things are going to change. So basically, they should be part of the discussion and they should be part of the initiatives. It is not easy to have them on board because sometimes, in some cases, the politicians are the generators of hate speech. They are the generators of the divisive narratives, offensive language, etc. So basically, we have to work straightforwardly with them, but there is not a particular approach that I would suggest in this case, but the way how we working with them is through the institutional power that they have. So basically, partnership. That has been our approach, like not going them to attack them, but inviting them on board, like, look, you are part of the solution and we cannot do this without you, without the Ministry of Education. And they see it, they consider us as a helper to reaching their strategic goals or political goals. And when it comes to media and information literacy, for example, in case of Albania, that is also a political commitment that has been expressed to the ministry, which of course facilitates the implementation of our initiatives. And additional to media and information literacy, they also putting forward the digital literacy through different stakeholders. So basically, we should go there as helpers with the goals to reach the strategic objectives that the governments and the public institutions have, of course, without compromising the process of the media and information literacy and without influencing the process of critical thinking and the content that we strive to give to teachers and also to the pupils.
Thank you, Dorentina. I was warned by by the organizer that we should wrap up because we are already 10 minutes late. So no more questions, dear colleague. I just want to conclude that, first of all, I want to thank you all for being part of this interesting panel. I'm always excited, and when I speak about media literacy and different aspects of media literacy, I'm sure that this was also very interesting for our audience. In conclusion, it is our responsibility as media professionals, as journalists, educators, concerned citizens to work together and to increase media literacy in our society. Thank you very much for following us.
Should we start, maybe, perhaps? Are we ready? Okay. Dear distinguished guests, thank you very much for being here. We as a group think that we have maybe the hardest task to discuss something which is really important and very high on the agenda in the mind of journalists and everybody who works around media, but at the same time to keep your attention and not to think about the dinner just before leaving us. So I hope we will be interesting. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Nazim Rashidi. I'm a journalist. I work as a journalist more than 25 years. I used to work for the BBC World Service so many years, but now I'm based in Skopje. I do work here in one of the national televisions. So I hope I will be moderating in an interesting manner the topic, which is quite interesting, as I just mentioned, countering disinformation, the delicate balance between security and media freedom. And to be honest, before I leave the floor to my distinguished guests, panelists, when we were preparing, and I was just saying this right now, I was trying to get some quote or to mention something, but it was our debate that really inspired me, and I hope it will inspire you to think, because while we were discussing about the topic, we somehow, as I mentioned, I'm a journalist more than 25 years, we kind of starting leaning that maybe we need more security than freedom. I'm not saying we said yes, but because we live in such a difficult time with the war in Europe and everything. So, and of course, securities and threats that disinformation is making to our societies, maybe also the mindset of all journalists is changing. But let's see what our distinguished guests and panelists are saying. First of all, I will introduce shortly Liliana Vitiu. She is a chair of Audiovisual Council of Republic of Moldova. And I will leave the floor to her to make a little bit different from the others, but also I will mention that she is ex-journalist and now working in a regulatory body. So I'm sure she will have a lot of things to say from her perspective, from journalist perspective. And later on, Żaneta Trajkowska, she also will introduce herself, Executive Director of Institute for Communication and Studies. I know Jana for so many years. We worked together in Media Institute when she was leading the Media Institute, so we have a lot of common understanding about situation. But Liliana, please, I think you can introduce in a more interesting way yourself than I can.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here today. Yes, I used to say that I was developing some sort of schizophrenia because I didn't know how to identify myself, whether as a journalist or as a communicator, because I started as a BBC correspondent in Moldova for 4 years. Then I moved into communicating for the British Embassy. Then I moved into communicating for for the government. I was the spokesperson of Prime Minister when Moldova initialed the association agreement and the DCFTA, and when Moldova received the visa-free regime, I ran all those national campaigns, communication campaigns, and then I found myself back in the media to be the head of the news department at the public TV channel Moldova 1, the public broadcaster, trying to do the reforms out there. And then again back, so that was one dividing lines. And now the second dividing line is who I am, on whose side I am. Am I on the side of the journalists, of the civil society, of those who pledge for more freedoms, or am I now in the barricade and with those who are actually, I don't want to say attempting, because I don't think we're attempting, but definitely regulation is perceived as attempting to infringe, to restrict. Yes, so I do have for the past, I've been in this position for 1.5 years, and I find it, and then just on the second month of my mandate, the war in Ukraine started, and Ukraine is neighboring country to Moldova, and we faced a huge wave of refugees, 100,000 people just in the first month of the war who entered the country, passed the country. Some of them stayed. We have at the moment 70,000 refugees. So when you witness the war and when you are as a country subject to a hybrid war, of course, sometimes you really start wondering, is maybe national security about national security? You know, and that's the introduction to our discussion.
Yes, no, it's, we're doing great, I think, but I just want maybe for audience to maybe also give some landscape of the media of Moldova, and then we discuss all the security issue. Why? Because we both are small countries, we have probably different challenges, but yet we face again the same challenges. So just an overview of the media landscape of your country.
Okay, my overview will not match at all the ranking we received from the Reporters Sans Frontières, because we are ranking 28. So we are much, much above some EU countries, even above Romania, who is our neighboring country and EU member. And I was amazed by this ranking. I was pretty sure that after we restricted and suspended some licenses of TV stations, I was pretty sure our ranking will fall down, and I'm still amazed, and we can get back to the discussion. But the profile is that we have a very polarized media landscape, very much dominated by the oligarchs and vested interests, and divided in pro-Russian and independent media. The pro-Russian media is also connected to Kremlin funding, to some illegal funding, to a lot of offshore funding. Therefore, transparency of media ownership, transparency, and getting to who is the real final beneficiary is now, like, for us, it's priority number 0 for our mandate of the Council, but also more and more state institutions do understand the importance of this. So we have, for a very small country, in terms of advertising, the advertising market, it's 9 million for TVs and 3 million for online. We have 70 licensed TV stations, 59 licensed radio stations. Why? Because all the politicians in the past had to have their media holding. Plahotniuc, who is now a fugitive in Cyprus, has allegedly 7 TV stations, 5 radio stations. Ilan Shor, another fugitive, condemned actually for the banking theft, who is now a fugitive in Tel Aviv. He has now a holding of 5 TV stations. Allegedly, he's now negotiating with Plahotniuc to take his own media empire. In addition, what used to be the socialist media empire holding, which is backed by Kremlin and by RTR family, is now also backing Shor. So Shor altogether has only 10 TV stations backing him, and out of these 10 TV stations, 5 to 7 are those with highest audience, which means that in terms of pluralism and in terms of dominating the public opinion, you get to actually a handful number of TV stations dominating and shaping the public opinion in a country. So although numerically one might think that this is pluralism on paper and is diverse, when you get to the media concentration and when you look behind that, you do realize that actually it's a very polarized. Plus, because our population speaks Russian, I mean, except for the young generation, the majority is prone, is susceptible to Russian propaganda via the presence of the Russian media, that it's still, I mean, our audiovisual space, it's still flooded with Russian media, not to mention all the ethnic minorities who've been historically Russified, and therefore they even speak Russian and rather than speaking their own mother ethnic language, yes, and they are also following actively Russian media. So we do have a very heavy Russian presence. We do have this division between pro-European and pro-Russian. We do have the Russian Orthodox Church, who is a very active actor of those narratives and fakes that are tailored and born in Kremlin. So very polarized, dominant by oligarchic interests, yet it's very hard to decapture a state when you don't have a EU directive on how to decapture a state. It's very hard to come with democratic tools when you have to fight against a Russian state or a state or foreign state that basically targets your country on a constantly basis, when you are subject to a cyber war, hybrid war, and so on and so forth, and when your security national concept was made and born in 2018 and doesn't even take into account the influence of social media, Telegram and all those platforms and TikTok and everything.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, it's really interesting to hear this perspective, and of course, it's a little bit different from our country, but Jana is one of the people in North Macedonia that had followed for years the media developments. So Jana, I will leave the floor to introduce to yourself, but also in the context of what we are talking, and also you're going to mention a lot of your work that you are doing, especially in the fields that we are discussing. So the floor is yours, and then I will start and make more direct questions to you.
Okay, thank you, Nazim. Hi, everybody. First, thank you that you are here on the last session. I was expecting a little bit less people, so thank you very much for your interest. My name is Žaneta Trajkovska. I'm the director of the Institute of Communication Studies, which is a scientific research institute that holds MA in strategic communication and media management, but we are non-for-profit scientific institute, which means that most of our funding is coming either for students or from the projects international that we are doing in Macedonia, in the region, and in Europe, with a special focus in the past years of the media literacy, disinformation, malinformation, misinformation, and scientific or science communication / environmental communication, having in mind that we are living in the part of Europe which is the most polluted, and we are living here and breathing this air every winter. I started as a journalist, continue to work in NGO sector, have my PhD in political science with the focus on political communication and media manipulation and propaganda and spinning of the political parties, especially on the issue of the name. And now I'm trying to teach or to research somewhere in between media literacy, political manipulation and communication, and all let's say, products of our modern life, especially between the media and the communication. Our institute followed a lot regarding what is going on in the region and in Macedonia regarding the elections, the Pribe report, the negotiation before Gruevski, the new government, the media reforms. And I have to tell you that the situation in Macedonia is not more different than it was 5-6 years ago. If you are reading the Pribe report on media reforms, having in mind that nothing that was stated in that report after the changing of the government actually happened in Macedonia. The public television is still with the same general director and the same program council. The audiovisual media service agency is the same with the same council and with the same director. So most of the things of the reforms didn't happen because there was no political will and understanding between the political parties in the parliament. So we are stuck somewhere between. We are saying Nina Nebo, Nina Zemlja, which means we are not down on the earth, we are not in the heaven or in the skies, we are somewhere floating in the air, which is not healthy at all for the media in Macedonia and for their, let's say, reform and restructuring. Of course that we have much more media freedom now than we had 6 years ago, thanks God, but again, I have to say, when you compare the security and the media freedom, talking from this perspective, from our country in Balkan, surviving the Yugoslavia wars and everything that was happening in the 90s, and remembering that, I will still be on the side of the media freedom, because as you said, the Reporters Without Borders, you have a very great
great and points. And the reason is because that is filled from people. So, you know, a certain number of people is filling the questionnaire of this Reporting Without Frontiers, and of course that they cannot, you know, they are starting from their perspective. We had a big jump in that, but still in the other measuring, in the media freedom or Freedom House, we are partly free and country still in transition after 30 years, and still the media are not reformed. Regarding the numbers, I have just to say, finally we had a census last year. We are 1.8 million people, citizens who are living in this country. We have more than 300 media outlets, 10 national TV stations, with the public service, parliamentary channel. We have 150 media, online media, a lot of media, a very poor market. But the main question is not about the number of the media. I think that the main question is about the trust of the citizens on the media. And I think that here we don't have a great number. Thank you.
So when we hear the cases of two countries, of course, Liliana, you mentioned the budget. The budget of marketing is almost the same. But another maybe difference that probably I should mention in this context is that, of course, even in North Macedonia, we are a multi-language. We have multi-language media, so not necessarily all the media addresses to all the audience, so not necessarily they can reach all the marketing space, so it creates another problem for them surviving the market. And I think the politicians, of not only politicians, but the ones that want to interfere also can easily do that. So in this context, I will start with you, Liliana. You mentioned something which probably here in my country, a lot of people would get afraid because we had a situation a few years ago when previous government closed down one television, and that's how it started probably. Then we had a change of government, of that government that it was semi-authoritarian or for some really authoritarian, but I will leave that interpretation for later. But you mentioned that you suspended TV license. How is that done in your country, and how the public reacted on that?
Well, it wasn't our audiovisual council, it was the Committee for Extraordinary Situations, but one of the elements they used were our sanctions, and we gave a lot of sanctions for covering poorly and in bad faith, actually, the Ukrainian war. We had more than 80 sanctions, more than 55 monitoring reports, just for a group of TV stations, RTR Moldova, NTV Moldova, Первый Moldova, First Channel Moldova. So what I should mention is that Russia got very inventive. They opened their, in a way, I mean, actually, de facto it was like a branch office, but legally they look as a Moldovan TV station that has license with the Audiovisual Council. So if, for example, in Europe we saw cases when RT or Sputnik or some others were simply restricted, in our case it wasn't a restriction of a foreign TV station, it was a suspension of a TV station that has license with the Audiovisual Council. So it's like a suspension of a local national TV license. Why it was done through the Extraordinary Situation Committee? Precisely because some more factors happened at the same time, and that all happened in autumn. First, Ilan Shor, I mentioned this oligarch who is a fugitive in Tel Aviv, and Plahotniuk, the other guy, they got designated by the US, so they got into the international sanction of the USA, and for their role in undermining democracy in Moldova. And for many other roles, including, you know, the banking theft and capturing the state and capturing the state institutions, and Audiovisual Council was one of the captured institutions, along with the Central Election Committee, with the Constitutional Court, Prosecutor General, and all basically the law enforcement agencies and the regulatory agencies. And then we had a tip that the owner of Первый Moldova, First channel in Moldova, which is basically was rebroadcasting Russian ORT, and NTV, and so Первый в Moldova, that the owner got changed, and we did our own investigation into open data, and we realized that the new owner who actually didn't changed by not observing our audiovisual media services code, because our code says that every change in a shareholder or in final beneficiary should be approved by us. So they didn't get to inform us, so we gave them a fine for this, for changing ownership. But then we traced that actually the new, this businessman Polunin was linked to basically Ilan Shor and to Aviaves company who was administering the airport. In the meantime, airport got back to the state. So there were this, and plus then the illegal financing and the fact that RTR was for 50%, the owner was VGTRK, which is the Russian state, plus the money. So there were more reasons that were involved by the state intelligence security, having to do with funding, having to do with affiliation, having to do with the fact that this, well, I'm not, okay, technically they are TV stations, but actually, I mean, I'm sorry, I have to admit it, to me they are more of a quasi-media products, and it's more of a media branch of a political party rather than a TV station, although technically they are as such. So all those combined, plus what they did about the war, how they prepared and justified the aggression. We had NTV Moldova, Первый в Moldova basically running Vladimir Putin's, whatever that was, 52 minutes of justification of war, preparing the war and preparing citizens to justify the war. You know, in our country, various people say one thing. What would have happened in Ukraine if in 2014, when Crimea was annexed, Russian TV channels wouldn't have been banned? Most probably Russian tanks would have been greeted with flowers, you know, with Krasnaya Gvozdika. So, this is why I'm saying that sometimes maybe national security is about national, especially when you have a war. So, but this is how it was
done. Your
background
is really journalistic.
Yeah, it is.
And now
yeah,
when you're explaining this, probably you're explaining this from the position of the chair of the Audiovisual Council. But let me put you a direct question. Would you think the same if you were a journalist, then some media would be closed in the name of the security?
No, probably not. Probably not, and I'll tell you why. Because we had, and I witnessed this myself. When I was a BBC correspondent, it was when the agrarians lost and the first Alliance for Democracy and Reforms was created. Then they lost big times and communists came to power with 71 seats for 2 mandates. Then we had Twitter revolution, we had another Alliance for European Reforms, which they thought they wanted reforms. This is what when I was with the state, with the public TV station, and when the acting president of the country told me, you know what, they've been manipulating for 8 years, now you should manipulate for 8 years, and after that we'll let you do your BBC whatever standards. But now you have to manipulate for us, and next day I resigned, because that definitely wasn't the way I was conceiving doing reforms at the public TV station. And then we got again, and then the capture state happened as we were having all these gains in our European integration path, you know, no visa, no nothing, and then the state capture comes. And then after having another pro-European parties, you get people like Shor and like Plahotniuk basically capturing the state. And now we have another pro-European. So I've seen these shifts for so many years and times that I am very wary of what precedents we are creating. This is why when we were given in our law, in our code, the definition of disinformation, we didn't rush to apply it. We could have applied it. And that definition basically gives you the possibility to suspend the license in 3 steps. First, you give a very harsh fine of 2,000 euros, then 4,000 euros, and then the third step is suspending the license. And I said no, because who knows what kind of the Audiovisual Council will be in 5 years' time. you know, and then they will use the same precedent that we are creating today to shut down another TV. So I'm very wary and very responsible of what precedents we are creating. I was subject to hate speech in my country. They said that I'm coward, that the parliament gave you this tool and you are so coward to use it. You know, and when I mentioned that we have to have a methodology in place, we cannot go and say that this TV station produced harm to the national security just like that, you know, and actually we are working now with the third layer of expert to have some indicators so that we know for sure how we can prove the harm, the intent, and the false information was spread. So,
yes, but we can say that now probably you're leaning more to the security rather than to freedom. I want to include Jana. In what sense?
Look, we do have a war at the end. Yes, at the end of the day, we do have a war. How to say? Next door, and we do have a war in our country, which is with all the narratives, you know, I mean, done by the rule, you know, with all the agents of influence and so on and so forth. And this malignant influence, it's out there. And we just seen this weekend in our southern region how somebody, a no name, just because 2 weeks ago Ilan Shor got his face and blessed and touched with the God, how do we call that, the hand of God, she became the bashkan of a minority. Just because, you know, of this money and bad influence and so on and so forth. So when you see things like that, you know, and how this foreign influence can literally derail a democratic process such as elections, well, again, at least you start having some doubts or some questions.
Yeah. Let me put you this conversation in a context. We have a different context here in our country. If we speak about propaganda and direct Russian influence, the medias who bring this voice here are probably the Serbian media that are getting in our country through cable TVs because they are present there. We don't have direct Russian media to influence. And again, just like in a previous panel that we were hearing with our colleagues, especially from my country, they were saying, yes, we were thinking that Russian influence here is not so strong, but actually with some analysis, we realized that they can derail or distribute or disturb a lot of political debate or political issues. But nevertheless, Jana, you just said before, having in mind also what everything else our country was through this context, you still were leaning to media freedom rather than to security. And we all know that quote that it's better to have bad press than no press. So are you still believing that quote?
Yes, I still believe in that quote because we really survived a lot in the past 15 years. We had a parallel media system in Macedonia. We had a parallel association of journalists, union, media that were directly funded by the local municipalities or the government. We had a system where everybody who was thinking differently was labeled as a traitor, as somebody who was not, let's say, according to the national, let's say, priorities, that it was against the country, you know, and it was not very nice to live in that kind of situation or in that kind of years where we were all on the streets and trying to persuade other people, youth and everybody to, you know, to join us and then to persuade the international community that is not like the reports are saying because we are living every day in the parallel system and a lot of money, more than 40 million euros, I believe, were actually from the government spread to the media as a direct bribe or clientelism of the media. So that's why I'm saying that rules about the security, no matter if it's a security regarding the your let's say situation when the Russia is next door and you have the war there, or regarding the financial security, or regarding the good governance, or regarding the security of health, regarding the COVID, etc. And no matter of all of that, I still believe that we should invest in the media freedom, educating of the public, talking with the citizens, and trying to find a joint solution and including the journalists. We cannot have a partial results or partial solutions. For example, after the tragedy that happened in Serbia regarding the killing of the of now 10, actually 9 kids and 1 guardian of the school, our ministry had a talk, Ministry of Education, what to do with our schools. And one of the first semi-solutions was, let's close TikTok. That's not solution, you know. You're just putting the attention on different, you know, you're just putting the kids on other platform.
Yeah.
So, you know, you cannot just cut with this kind of policies because people then are entering in the conspiracy theory. And when you are having a conspiracy theories, then you have a closed group, then you have echo chambers, then you have a parallel system that you don't actually you don't know what is going on there. And that's the biggest harm of the society and of the democracy and on the security as well, than, you know, than to close some media outlets. Or we have a situation now which is a huge, it's not about the military or about the security on the national security, but it's about the security of the funding of the country and of the budget. The huge contract, Bechtel and Enka, that our country signed, the government is signing. We are changing 9 laws about this huge agreement that was signed with this international company that will build the roads, Corridor 8 and Corridor 10. The parliamentarians are voting for the agreement they didn't saw, because they are majority of the parliament, in the parliament and in the government, and they're changing 9 laws, including the labor law, where we are introducing 60 hours per week work if the workers want. Of course, it will not depend on the workers; it will depend on the owners, of the investors, you know. And nobody saw the agreement. And why? Because it has a business secret or
closure. Yeah.
Closure. No, it is stamped
Yes,
as a secret, as a. I think that, I'm not sure what is the official word or what is the proper word on English, but it's like delovna tajna. It's like a business secret, because the private investors from outside, they didn't want to have all the data, but the money are ours.
In this context, Jana,
so in that case, I still believe that we have to persuade the media freedom, talk about that. You know, sometimes we will make mistake, but that it's not price.
The pressure towards media that are criticizing is also rising. It's for maybe all the different reasons. That's why I give a different perspective for both countries. But since in one country we have a closure or taking or suspension of a TV license, we had something similar here. Do you think that our public, because of what we have talked as journalists for freedom of the media, how important it is, what we went through, would react if a government will say that we might take another, or we might suspend another TV license? How do you think that the public will react in our country in this case?
I think, okay, this is...
Especially if they use the term national security, national interest, the things that we listen.
Yeah, this is my personal, let's say, opinion. I think that half of them will not believe to the government, because nobody, you know, the level of the trust in the government, in the politicians, and in the media in this country is very low. So everything that either media or government is doing, half of the citizens are not trusting to that. And the other half of the population is probably clientelized in some way through the government, so it will support, no matter, publicly will support, no matter if it's not believing in that. We had a closure of A1 television, and that it started to collapse the whole system of Gruevski. In the meantime, after that, we had the arrest of Tomislav Kežarovski, the journalist that he was sentenced 4 years in jail because he allegedly published the name of the protected witness, a source or witness in the policy, in some investigation, that after that was actually proved that this witness was giving false statements as a part, because the police officers in that police station was forcing him to do. But he stayed more than 2 years in jail. He was sentenced on 4 years, and then and he didn't actually close the whole story, because he was just free out of the jail. So in this kind of situation, again, people are those that are putting the stamps of the security label, business security, security of the nation, whatever. And unfortunately, in countries like our country, Moldova, our politicians are not on that level to have a personal obligations and, and maybe conscience to act to the public interest, but sometimes they're acting on their personal, political, or party interest, and that's the line that we should be very aware of.
I will give the floor to the audience. Maybe they have the question, but just another question to each of you. Why?
A quick follow-up.
Yeah, it will be in that line. Why? Because as I said, the challenges are probably the same, but the context is a little bit different. So even now, or even when we were preparing this discussion, the word that you, Liliana, was using is something that probably we are not used here, which was disoligarchization. I can even not say it very good because it's not typical, yeah, in our country, and we deal mostly with disinformation. But when our politicians or whoever want to disturb the media freedom, they use the terms national security, public interest, only then. So how do you explain this process when you have oligarchs and you want to move them out of the media? And then, Jana, I will ask you about disinformation, how we can do it in our country with the specifics. But first for you, and then of course you can.
But first, if you allow me, just a quick follow-up. Of course, the examples that Jana gave, those clearly are examples that have to do with freedom of expression, and no security whatsoever has to do with it. In our case, it was more linked to this disoligarchization as a threat to democracy in general. And you asked me whether how people reacted. You know, the interesting thing, we had after that some research done for us. We asked a donor partner to finance a survey, and not even those who are pro-Europeans supported the move. And I was very happy about it, because that means that people in Moldova don't want national security to interfere with any freedom whatsoever. So personally, I was happy about it, because that means that we as society don't have this appetite for authoritarian rule. Although we happened to have communists in power and oligarchs, but I mean, this is at least how I read this survey. And the reaction was that, of course, because it had to do with audiovisual, people didn't care that it was actually the extraordinary committee. And I must say, and I think this is very important, the licenses were suspended just for the period of emergency of the situation. Once this period is lifted, they are back. I mean, immediately. But the reaction, of course, was that everybody started to give mad phone calls at our audiovisual council. And after 2 weeks, we just said, well, if you don't like what you see, just start reading a book. Why don't you just go to the library and just start reading a book? And you know, in 3 days, the phone call stopped. Either that they didn't like our advice or they took on our advice, but this is how we got rid of the phone calls. So disoligarchization, you will not believe it, but actually, so Moldova obtained the status of candidate to EU membership. And in order for the Commission to decide whether to start negotiations at the end of this year, we obtained the status last year. The Commission put forward a set of measures, not conditions, but condition has a negative, whatever, measures. And measure number 4, it's about disoligarchization, and media is one of the fields, so it's disoligarchization of public institutions, in politics, economy, and media. And under that number 4, we have, the Audiovisual Council, we have 4 or 5 actions to take in order to reduce this vested influence. So, I see a very direct link between the two of them, because in Moldova, disoligarchization is actually fueling and nurturing disinformation. Those who are in the hands of oligarchs, those are the TV stations that propagate the most the Russian narratives about the war, about NATO, about everything you want, about the EU, against the pro-European government. They aim at discrediting the European government. They aim at supporting the pro-Russian TV stations. So for us, it's a matter of transparency. Who is the final beneficiary, not the declared proxy. How we And what state institution proves that actually the beneficial is out there and not the one declared? What are the sources, the financing sources? What share of audience they have overall? How is the media concentration working horizontally in parallel? So this media concentration, which tomorrow we are going to discuss, and transparency of media ownership, for us, it's not only because we believe it, and as we mentioned, it's like a culture of transparency that we are sharing and embracing. It's the means to solve the issue of disoligarchization and the means for the state to start negotiations for the accession.
So, Jana, a little bit different context that we said, but disinformation, for example, in our country has been put in very high in the agenda. For example, in the last document that our country, our government signed with the United States government, it was as a main topic, like fake news, fighting it. But do you believe that talking about it from the political side, it actually helps create a better space for media freedoms, or is just another narrative for their cause?
Shortly, no. A little bit longer, no, because if the journalists are not inside and we are not talking together, it's just the empty talks for the PR purposes, for the visibility of the politics or of the politicians in the country. Yes, disinformation, it's quite high on the agenda, and it's a very, let's say, a term and in Macedonia because of the very normal reasons. We are now a NATO member country, and NATO have a disinformation regarding the Russian invasion of Ukraine very highly on the level. We are a candidate country that hopefully sometimes in the near future will start the negotiation process with the Union. And we are suffering from different kinds of disinformation narratives. But the thing is that we should not talk about it, and the politicians actually should not talk just about it. Why? Because, for example, we had one action plan 4 years ago, I believe, that the government started to action plans against disinformation. All media organizations, Association of Journalists, Union, Macedonian Institute for Media, self-regulator body were against, because most of this action plan was just from the government, and they were proposing how will be the procedure of getting license to enter in the government to ask questions. That is not fight against disinformation. So we need to actually first to define. We don't have a definition in Macedonia about what is disinformation. We have different definitions, but our public administration has not one definition. We had a quite big research last year that we've done about the connection between transparency of the public administration or of the government institution and disinformation, where we actually were analyzing all the documentation. We've done research with all PR departments of the ministries, including some of the agencies and a lot of journalists, more than 35 media outlets. We asked them how they feel about the transparency and can they connect it to the disinformation. And actually the question is yes, because if you're not transparent about your politics, you are leaving the very open space of creating different narratives that are having the disinformation. You're leaving the space for enemies of the country, or somebody who is not thinking in the good terms about our future or what is going on in our country, to spread different kind of narratives, to create a conspiracy theory about different issues. And I will tell you just for example, one example that is now from the near past. It was about the French proposal and the Bulgarian-Macedonian issue that is actually stopping us from starting the negotiation. Our government decided not to publish the French or Bulgarian proposal. People started to talk that they didn't know what is it inside. So the opposition took it. We had people outside in the street. People were creating different narratives, different stories. And of course, we had the international intervention coming from different countries that were creating and putting a lot of effort of, those narratives to be present much more. It would have been much more easy, if no matter how dangerous for their political image it will be, to publish it and to give it to the public, and then to survive a couple of days of critics, and then to start to talk about what we are gaining plus what we are gaining now. Because when the government is starting, no matter if this government or whoever government is starting to think that they will make decisions not including the public, but because they think better and they are much more clever than the citizens, that is the start when they are losing the power and start of the problem of the democratic system in every country. And countries in transition, like our country, are very close to this kind of, in every end of the election circles, you know, after 4 or 8 years, politicians are thinking that they are much more better than the citizens and they will decide in their name, no matter, you know, forgetting that they are having the power from the elections and from the citizens that, you know, voted for them. So that's why I think that transparency is one, media literacy is another, including the public is a third, and, you know, and just investing in the good quality journalism.
We wanted to talk more about this issue, actually, when we were doing the preparation. Of course, we wanted to discuss about regulatory bodies and how to regulate not internet, but media space in the internet. But of course, we don't have time. We will have more discussion tomorrow. But I will leave the floor if you have questions for excellent speakers that I have. If not, I will make the round-up questions for them. Anyone? Yes?
I'm Arvin from OSCE Mission Kosovo. Just to share one example, after the breakout of war in Ukraine, the government institutions decided to shut down TV stations or channels, but to say, that were broadcasting Russian content, and that happened. The audiovisual media regulator did that, and then they didn't stop there. They also wanted to shut down websites, news portals. That didn't happen because that collided with basically the legislation in place, the institutions, and hence the end result of that discussion with government representatives was that you should actually respect the institutions, you should respect the community, and you should basically not interfere in the work of free media. Hence, I agree fully with what Janeta said, that there should be some form of separation of competencies of government institutions and independent media, because closing down the media sets a bad precedent. And of course, there were enough experts in the room to say that you cannot shut down websites, because then you will create precedents for the future governments to take action against any content you dislike. So this is just sharing an example, and also I just wanted to mention that this is really sensitive to close down the media just because they spread disinformation. I think that there is legislation, there are mechanisms in place to sort of deal with this instead of just taking such rigid actions.
Okay.
You know, I was in Tallinn in September, and I was in Tallinn in March this year, and I met the head of the regulatory, okay, in their case it's larger, but Kristi Talving, who is also the director of the regulatory authority in Tallinn. And when the war broke, they simply restricted for 2 years 20 or something TV stations and a handful of news sites. And when the country aligned to the EU sanctions, just in one day they basically restricted, not banned, but restricted 50 TV stations and 70 websites. Lenta.ru and everything that basically had .ru and like that. And it was done just by aligning to the sanctions that were imposed in 2014 when Crimea was annexed. And I and I asked whether there was a fierce opposition, whether there was criticism or anything. And by the way, they suspended, when the war broke, they suspended on the grounds of the national security. And she said, people trust us. So people know that if we are taking such measure, we're taking it, you know, to protect our space. So, I mean, to me, I think it's also to do with public trust. And of course, people will not trust an institution like ours, who for 30 years in Moldova was always just, you know, controlled by a certain political party, and who was basically taking decisions as they were written in a headquarters of a political party. So I think that maybe once, you know, the regulation, we will be regulating and regulating and regulating. And once we will show that even if we get to the suspension of a license, we do it following our audiovisual code, which transposes the EU directive. So once people will see that a due process was in place, that all the sanctions that are there, which are sanctions basically copy-paste from the directive, those steps were, and in the national court, all the steps, or the national court gave us, in a way, withheld our decision. Once that trust, we will gain that trust, maybe people will not be so, you know, susceptible of each decision that we take, but we have years and we have to build that trust, first of all. And we mentioned today, you know, good intentions and political will, you know. And I've seen situations in my country when people who followed very transparent, very nicely done competitions ended up in the Audiovisual Council serving Plahotniuk and all those guys, you know, and procedurally everything was okay, you know, but it was a very bad intended and politically subordinated Audiovisual Council. And that was how to say, fixed even by the OSCE and ODIHR monitors, who said you cannot have an audiovisual council who has only 2 monitoring reports throughout the parliamentary election, and they said that the work was insufficient, you know. But everything in terms of process was okay. And in our case, by the way, another discrepancy that I have to live with is that I got here as a result of another democratic reform, which is criticized both by the Council of Europe and by the European Union and by the OSCE, because in order to change the composition that was installed by Plahotniuk, what the pro-European PAS government did, they said that if the parliament rejects the annual report, everybody is dismissed effective immediately. So now I get, every year, I get the chance to be dismissed by the parliament, which means that we are now, I mean, one can say that we are now politically, how to say, influenceable, yeah, because we will try to please the current government just in order to stay in power, you know, the majority. But at the same time, everybody who criticized, at least the national observers who criticized this move, they say that we have the most professional, best intended, and so on, council in place, you know. So in a transition country, things are, of course, it's very hard to separate the waters, you know. Things are not, I mean, this gray, there are lots of shades of gray.
Definitely the war in Ukraine and the situation in Europe creates a different narrative that probably we didn't thought about it. But the last thoughts, Jana, from you in this context, and
I think that the road to hell is paved with the good intentions, and I don't think that we should support those kind of roads, especially with the media freedom and supporting the media outlets that are very under different kind of and a lot of different, let's say, pressures coming from government, economical issues and everything, and this should not be one more. I think that we should really invest in the good journalism, investigative journalism, and in the media outlets that are supporting the high professional ethical codes. And we, on the next, this kind of let's say, conference, we should invite politicians, and, you know, they should hear the problems, because they are always with good intentions and with good statements, but the things that they are doing on the ground is a little bit different, you know. Everything is about the PR and the visibility, empty words. So I think that we should start to find, to be more wise and more clever than just to shut down and to have that kind of you know, let's say, decisions, but to try to invest in the society and in the development of the society.
Before I thank you, you two, I usually, also speak a lot, but when you have such a nice speakers, your job as a moderator maybe is easier, so thank you very much. In this regard, I would say that probably in the big conferences like this, we should include students, because they are the future, that they should also listen to all the worries and debates. I have a few of my students here, and I really, where I was discussing with some of the organizers, also, they probably received this message and I said, yes, maybe we should have it more, because the politicians should listen. But I think the future of these problems is education, and we really should invest more broadly, but also educating the next generation of journalists who would understand the media and its importance, and especially the freedom of the media. On this regard, I want to thank you, Janetta. I want to thank you, Liliana, for this nice debate, and we were afraid that less people will show up, so you see, we probably did a great discussion. And before I go and thank you all of you, I have the final message from the organizers. Please, after this debate, let's gather together for family photo at the stairs just outside, and after that we can continue, I guess, with the dinner, which is also downstairs. So in my name, thank you very much, and thank you for having me.